Sue Hoy's shop.
For the 15th of May. There is no public forum. I notice, with apologies, was that dinner on Friday night, was it? I notice Councillor Vandervis has not yet arrived, so we have had no apology. So I'll just move on. Thank you. Okay. Confirmation of agenda. I'd like to move that the committee confirms the agenda without additional alteration. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Walker. All those in favour? Aye. Against? No. Declarations of interest. Are there any updates or changes?
Yes, I have
Microphone, please.
Thank you. Yes, I would like to add a just a family trust to that to the agenda. It's been added. Thank you.
Perfect. Okay. I move that the committee notes the elected members' interest register attached as attachment A and confirms the proposed management plan for elected members' interests. Seconded, Councillor Mayhem. All in favour? Aye.
Aye.
Against? Confirmation of minutes. Economic Development Committee meeting on the 7th of March. I move that the minutes of the Economic Development Committee meeting held on the 7th of March as a correct record. Seconder, Councillor Gary. All those in favour? No. Against? Thank you. Part A reports. Economic Development Committee work programme. Mr. Christie, you would like to speak to this, or?
Just happy to take questions, Chair.
Perfect. Councillor Lucas.
Thank you. I've got a couple of questions. One in respect to the Dunedin City Annual Economic Profile. I'm just wondering when that might be reported on. It says reported annually, and also the Dunedin Destination Plan, when that might be. It doesn't have a date for either of those.
The destination plan I'll handle as the chair of that group. We are looking for a council workshop in the next couple of weeks before the end of May, and we expect to have that to council before the end of June for hopefully signed off.
And the annual economic profile?
Yep, so we've just changed our provider and we're yet to secure the date on when we'd be able to put that in, so hopefully by the next meeting we'll be able to confirm that, Councillor.
Thank you. And the other question I have is the review of the 22-23 cruise season, and its report presented in September. I'm thinking that's quite late, seeing that we finished with, already finished it about a month ago. So I'm just thinking, would that be able to be reported earlier?
Yeah, we wait till then because that's when we get all the accurate data from the cruise conference. That's when all the data that they collect is made publicly available. So we'd be reporting after we've got that.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Chair. I see on the Work Forward Work programme that it has eyesight refresh, and this is a new item. What's the background to the eyesight refresh? I think I know that we're putting $250,000 in as a capital, but I just wonder, is there some research being done on how eyesights work in the modern world?
Thank you, Councillor. The refresh is just a rebranding that's been undertaken nationally. We are just part of that refresh and rebranding that will be part of what they're doing and rolling out nationally. But the thinking and how we operate is a piece of work that we could certainly look to undertake as part of that process.
So I just want to understand about the rebranding. So we're putting $250,000 capital expenditure into it, which seems a lot for a rebrand. So is it an actual rebuild of the eyesight?
Yes, it is, Councillor. It's modular furniture that will also be put into the eyesight. So it's a refresh and a rebranding at the same time.
Mayor Raddick?
Yes, regarding the eyesight refresh, given that that's a nationwide initiative, is there central government funding for that, or has it just been a general,
Sorry, I just cut you off. Yes, there is central government funding. They're putting $200,000 per eyesight into that rebranding and refresh.
Councillor Houlihan?
So does that mean we only pay 50,000?
No, it means we match their funding with another 200,000 plus there's a little bit of additional for contingency.
I note there are no more questions, so I'll move that the committee notes the Economic Development Committee Forward Work Programme as shown in Attachment A. Seconded, Councillor Gary. Anybody wanting to speak to this? No, I'll put it. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Thank you. Moving on to item 7, New Zealand Centre of Digital Excellence Limited update, it's a code. Welcome to the table, everybody.
Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning. So, Fraser, if I can just ask you to introduce the gentleman, and we'll go from there, and we'll proceed to questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gives me pleasure to introduce members of Code Limited. To my left, I have Mr. Murray Strong, who is the Chairman of Code Limited. To his left, we have the Chief Executive of Code Limited, Mr. Tim Ponting, and to his left, we have Mr. Adam LaHood, who is the Dunedin City Council representative on the board of Code Limited.
Thank you. Is there anything you want to say in introducing, or Mr. Strong want to say in introducing this paper?
Good morning, and thank you for the chance to be with you today. It's always a pleasure to come and tell a good news story on a Monday morning with the sun shining in Dunedin. What we have done in addition to the paper that's included in your pack is prepare a brief PowerPoint presentation which Tim will work through with you, and then we're happy to take questions. But in general, I think as an opening comment from me, Code has been some time in the gestation period with the whole of 2.5 years of COVID in the middle. But despite that, we've registered some pretty significant success, and we'll speak some more detail about that shortly. But if I could just perhaps, with your agreement, hand to Tim for the presentation.
Perfect. Please proceed.
Morena, everybody. Today I thought I'd just quickly run through a kind of State of the Nation report for Code to update you. We have been before you, I think about a year ago with an update, so I've tried to refresh a little. So I think to start off with, it's important to put our work in context. So, and this is something I didn't really speak to last time, so I thought good opportunity now. So Code is built on 3 main pillars. The most obvious of which is funding, and probably 60% of our money is actually put directly towards that. But it's only a third of the work. We also spend a great deal of time and effort on industry capability. So that's operating workshops, masterclasses, organising meetups, lots of collaboration between companies in the region, coaching and mentorship for individuals and teams, and quite a lot of support from the team itself. And it's important to note as well that we really are used as something of a lightning rod by MB in terms of their insight into the industry. So we consult with them actually on every 2 weeks. We have a meeting with MB to discuss the industry and how things are going. And pathways is another extremely significant area of our work, especially here in Dunedin. So it's very important to us when we have a small industry that's growing strongly to ensure there's a pathway of people entering from the ground level. So we do a lot of work with local schools, which we've been increasing over the last 12 months, engaging with whānau, supporting the teachers in their work, and of course building curriculum at a tertiary level, which has resulted in some, I think, pretty major success, particularly with Te Pukenga Otago Polytechnic, who now have Whare Mātoro, which is the Otago Games Space, up and running. So 2 different degrees with a games pathway all the way through. Moving on to look at the big picture. So just really tried to summarise how the growth looks. So we've had 10 million from Konoa, spread over 7 years with the contract adjustment a couple of years ago. We've just been awarded another 10 million by IMBI, which is, in Treasury terms, funding in the out years. What this means is, as long as we don't screw up by the end of the 4 years, then they will continue funding us in perpetuity. So that's very good news for Code and for Dunedin. We've funded 35 applications to date, and those applications have shared 3.24 million. But interestingly, investment that has come into Dunedin on top of that 3.24 million has so far hit 8.46 million. So we're leveraging $2.61 of private funding per dollar of government funding, and we're expecting this quantum to increase over time. Our internal target for this is to hit $4 within 2 or 3 years. So we have aspirations there. When we started out, there were 4 studios in the city, and we were the 4th largest in Aotearoa. Now in May we've hit 25 studios, and we're 2nd in the country in terms of the number of studios operating. And the number of long-term jobs we've created is, well, this obviously changes depending on the exact detail, but it's definitely more than 90. So we're very, very pleased about that. The other thing that's great from our perspective is the public contribution per job created works out at $25,000, which is a pretty efficient conversion rate, we understand, from Treasury. So typically it costs a great deal more to kind of artificially stimulate a job with government money. So we're very pleased with that. Other important KPIs to us are supporting groups that are underrepresented in the industry here in Aotearoa. And that's our KPIs include that from government. So, for example, Māori participation in studios here in the city is now at 8%, which is nowhere near where it needs to be. It needs to be up to 15% to be in a situation of equity. But the national average is 3%, so we are at least shifting that needle. And if you look at the funded studios and their leadership, 48% of the studios we have funded have leadership from underrepresented groups in the industry. So we're pretty pleased and proud about that as well. So we very much view Code as having a role as an HQ here in Dunedin. This I know is something that will be of concern to Council, the fact that we now have a remit to operate nationally. But really, I just want to assure everyone in the room that Dunedin has quite a head start. And we have an extremely tight and effective relationship with all our stakeholders in the city, which gives us a unique leverage, really. So there's no loss of team focus on Dunedin in our move to support things nationally. We've just had a massively successful conference and festival here, the Festival of Interactive Narrative and Storytelling, which operated over the weekend. The response at the end of that was absolutely stunning. And in fact, we had a number of attendees from overseas, probably about 30% came from Australia, and they were all very, very impressed by Dunedin, by the atmosphere of the industry here and how collaborative and supportive it is. So that's a big win for us. and we will be hosting fins again in future. And thanks also, I have to say, to DCC for $30,000 of support for that. So thank you very much. And I can assure you, you got really good value for money from that investment. We've got good hands-on relationships with all the education providers here. And I think most crucially, we have a very strong partnership which has grown organically and with careful partnership, very, very much in hand with Ngāi Tahu. I think we have earned the trust of iwi with our work. And I'm really pleased to report that obviously we've had Puketeraki as a shareholder of Code since day one, but Otako are joining, taking up their right to accede to Code as a shareholder. So both Runanga are now fully engaged with the organisation. So in the transfer to becoming a national HQ, the way the finances are divided, so all the money which Kanoa gave for Dunedin's development remains ring-fenced for Dunedin. The additional funding from MB is ring-fenced to not Dunedin in terms of direct expenditure, but the overhead cost of operating Code, so everything from our office costs to staff costs, is shared according to that funding ratio. So it's about 35% of the kind of overall cost. So that's actually a saving to the Kanoa funding. It's allowing us to spend more money on economic development and less on overhead because of that division. And then from 2027 onwards, assuming that we are not able to persuade Kanoa to give us any more money, which seems likely, then we'll be operating nationally on $2.25 million per year. So we will be carefully managing the process such that we don't drop the ball in Dunedin when we get to the end of 2027. And we'll be tapering our funding to make sure that there's no kind of big shock moments when that happens in 27. And I quickly wanted to run through just 3 stories, really, of studios which are quite typical of what's happening here. So I'm sure many of you are familiar with Atify Interactive's Tōrua. It's had a reasonable amount of press coverage. They received $190,000 in 2 rounds of funding from Code. It's a team of 4 led by Lisa Blakey, who's Ngāi Tahu descent, and it's a game with which is entirely based in Te Ao Māori. They, after a lot of mentorship and work from the Code team, they managed to secure an additional $300,000 from Manatū Taonga and the Film Commission. And the awesome thing that we've found with Code is that all the studios that we support give back to the city. So Lisa is now teaching at Otago Polytechnic. And these are fantastic results. So Whare Mātoro has 6 local studio leaders teaching young folk to make games. Tōrua is the first game in Te Reo Māori to be shown at an international show, and they're currently negotiating a publishing deal, which is just great news. Another good example, Abiotic Factor, led by Jeff Zag Keane. Zag made a game called Unfortunate Spaceman, and if you've ever heard of Among Us was actually a copy of the principle of Unfortunate Spaceman. Jeff's a very clever man. When we were negotiating with him, and he was talking to overseas investors, and we were helping him in that process, the investors we were first talking to said he could set up the studio anywhere in the world. And he said, I want to set it up here in Dunedin. I'm not leaving. This is the right place for it. And that's great news. They secured investment from Alt Ventures, which is a New Zealand-based fund. They have a term sheet for $1.47 million New Zealand in hand right now. Their first game launches in September of this year, and they're already in planning stages of their second. So that's a really good win for the city. And Balancing Monkey are a studio that were founded before Code existed. They had a moderate success with their first game. We helped them with scale-up funding, which they matched themselves, so a grant of $250,000. They've nearly doubled in size, in fact, including contractors. They're definitely more than twice their original size. But the amazing thing is they were in a very punitive contract, which we weren't particularly in favour of, with a major UK publisher. And The additional breathing space that the funding that we gave them allowed them to find a new partner. And this new partner, the relationship is already much stronger. We think it will unlock a much better commercial result for their second title. And again, they're incredibly supportive of their South Dunedin community. The studio's based in South Dunedin. They are constantly having community events. They were at the Street Festival. I can't remember its official title, but a couple of months ago when there was a festival down in South Dunedin. So it's a really good result overall. Moving on to what we're now calling digital interactive health. I know this is something that councillors were very interested in last time we came in to talk. There's been a lot of movement in 2023, so in the first few months of this year. So Code is passing grant funding of $100,000 back to Enterprise Dunedin to continue the important work here. I think, it should be noted that without Enterprise Dunedin's work, Code would not exist. And in the same way that Enterprise Dunedin put time and effort into developing an indicative business case and a business case to raise money from Kānoa to launch Code. Similarly, we see this seed funding to Enterprise Dunedin as a really important part of standing up digital interactive health as something on its own feet outside of Code. So Code is an integral part of that process, but we are not the right organisation to be running that as such. It's a much broader church. So recently, Enterprise Dunedin conducted over 20 interviews, ran 2 very successful workshops, a really wide variety of stakeholders in the room, from health, mana whenua, government, local entrepreneurs and game developers, and Startup Dunedin. And lots of really great stuff has come out of that. It's going to be a long and difficult process, but we will get there in the end. And I think we're aiming to get a proposal for potential investors together, those investors really primarily being government, later this year. And also, Murray and I had a great meeting with Startup Dunedin. I think we found a lot of synergy with Startup Dunedin in this area. So games and conventional startup mechanics don't work very well together, an entertainment business and a much more technological led business. But where serious games and games for health and digital interactive technologies are concerned in the health arena, there's a lot more synergy. And I think both Code and Startup Dunedin have a lot to gain by working together to try and deliver some kind of tests and prototypes. So very much looking forward to that happening over the next year. And then just to end with a big thanks, as ever, to Enterprise Dunedin and the rest of the DCC team, who have always been incredibly supportive of the work that we do. And as I say, without whom we would not exist. And of course to Grow Dunedin partners, who have again also been very supportive, strong in their advice, and with some funding, I believe, in the early days as well. And a big thanks to all our shareholders, which includes DCC, so Dunedin Game Developers Association, the 2 local Runaka, and the University and Te Pukenga Otago Polytechnic. So thank you very much, and on to questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ponting. Mr. Strong or Mr. LaHood, do you have anything to add?
Perhaps just one thing, and Tim, I think, rather modestly skipped over it, but Code has now become Dunedin's newest head office, operating on a national basis. And with that comes some real benefit around profile and scale. So the mechanics of that are easily managed, but Dunedin has its own gravitational pull for game development and now more broadly into the digital interactive health and health innovation ecosystem space. So we're pretty pleased about how that's playing out. But I don't have anything else to add other than questions. But Adam, you might have anything?
Yes, thanks, Murray. Look, I mean, obviously for myself, the landscape's changed a little bit in terms of that national funding, but with being the representative for the council on the board of Code, I mean, it's always in the mind to make sure that the benefit comes back to Dunedin City. And look, I'm pretty confident that what the team have done has been very good in terms of we've been able to ring fence that money that is coming from Kanoa for the benefit of Dunedin solely, and then for the national funding, obviously having to scale up for that. But understanding that there are the two branches that are affecting code, and one is, definitely Dunedin and the city, and what the benefits come in from that. I think the benefit in the long term is that, relationship with the tertiary sector, that is creating a strong partnership, and also I think the continuation of the national funding will still benefit Dunedin in the long term in the city, whereas it could have come to a point where it would have fallen off a cliff. So I think we can give the council some comfort around that.
Thank you. Mr. LaHood, you also have another hat in the sense of you're on the, do you chair the Te Puka?
I was chairing the Otago Polytech Limited board right up until it merged with Te Pukenga, so no longer on that now though. But yeah, and that's the reason why I came to Code when the opportunity arose, because I saw the great work that Code was doing, particularly with the Polytech and with growing that sort of space in Dunedin around game development and that game sort of ecosystem. So yeah, that's what attracted me onto Code.
Thank you. I'll be moving this when it comes time, but I've got questions right now from Councillor Walker, then Councillor Gilbert, and then Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Ponting, LaHood, and Mr. Strong for the conversation and a very upbeat and readable paper. I have 3 questions, 2 financial, one about Dunedin. You haven't mentioned something I've heard quite a bit about in the news, which is the digital games tax offset in Australia that may put some pressure on us, particularly with personnel. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, it's 30% tax return for investment over 500k. Have you any comment around that in terms of its effects and anything we're doing here to lobby government to get something similar?
If I might speak to that, there's a couple of important points to make. Number one, the Australian digital games tax offset does not exist yet. So it was a promise from the Morrison administration, which was bipartisan and has been continues to be supported in principle by Anthony Albanese. Unfortunately, because of the way it's been set up, it requires legislation, so they need law changes to bring it into being. So it is promised that it will happen, but it is still very much a future thing. So that's the first point that's important to note. And I think quite a lot of the dialogue that has been had in public has failed to note that it doesn't yet exist. However, yes, it is a very steep challenge for studios in this country. We support the NZ-GDA's position that it is an important piece of legislation to respond to. And so our recommendation to government when we talk to MB is, yes, it would be great if there could be some kind of production rebate, perhaps along the lines of film. Our reasoning for this is very simple. The jobs that are created in games tend to be long-term jobs. They're not boom-bust jobs. You don't work, in a film, you tend to work on a film, everybody then stops working on that film, and then another set of production money comes through, and then the same people jump back on another film, and it's kind of this boom-bust cycle, whereas we see much more steady growth in games. So where Dunedin is concerned, though, it's a very different situation. So if we grow to the point where we have very large companies in the city, and by that I mean companies maybe with 150 plus employees, then their seniors are liable to be poached, particularly by Australian companies. Smaller indie developers, generally speaking, the problem is nowhere near as defined. The other thing is the studios here love it. They love being based in Dunedin, working here. their connection to Dunedin as a place is extremely strong. And there's a great deal of loyalty that comes with an organisation like Code. We work really closely with them, and they know they would lose that if they moved to Brisbane or Melbourne. So, we're building an ecosystem here, something that is sustainable and regenerative. So we hope that will be a very strong counter to a 30% rebate in Australia.
Thank you. I'll skip the second financial question and maybe come back to it when others have had a chance, because I'll pivot into my third question, which is, I think Mr. Strong said, there's a gravitational pull in Dunedin, now with 25 studios. What are the current, if there are any, I'm sure there are, what are the current barriers to moving to Dunedin? Because you're painting a very perfect picture, but surely there must be some barriers somewhere, and in sense of anything we can do to break those down.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Look, in terms of the barriers, I really don't think there are a lot. The challenge that we face is making sure that when people are showing interest in moving their studios here, that we're ready to receive them. And that's about introducing them to the ecosystem and to the city. We've got employees who have come from Australia. We've got studios that have moved to Dunedin from other parts of the country. And without exception, that has been an easy process for them. So I'm feeling very comfortable that they're welcomed, they're supported when they're here, and they very quickly get into the Dunedin community and start employing people and developing their studios and their activities. Tim, did you have anything else you wanted to add?
No. It's easy to say, but Dunedin is a great place to live and start a business, particularly when it's a weightless export. We have great internet here. A lot of the problems that other industries might face moving to Dunedin, we just don't have that problem. The only very minor comment that came through from attendees at the conference is it would be lovely if there was a bus service from the airport. It's actually quite disconcerting if you've been travelling from overseas and you arrive at Dunedin Airport and there is no way other than a pre-booked shuttle or a taxi to get into the city. But honestly, that's a very minor point. I'm not banging a drum there.
Thank you. You don't have to sell Dunedin to me. Mr. Chair, I'll let others ask questions.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you, and bang that drum as much as you like, because you'll get a lot of agreement around the table. I've got a few questions as well, and I'll try and scrunch them because you've just answered one of them about the gravitational pull. Studios in Dunedin, 25, and we're second to Auckland. Two-part question. A, how many does Auckland have? B, what will it take for us to become number one?
So the second is based on the NZGDA figures from 2022, and in fact we had 19 studios and Auckland had 26. I don't know how many Auckland has right now. I think from our perspective, it's great to be number two in terms of the number, but what we really care about on the long term is employment and revenue coming into the city. If we have less than 25 studios in future, that will not be a problem if we're employing more people and there is greater productivity per job. And so the next huge step for us and the focus that we have in our work is supporting the commercial outcomes of these studios. It's great having 25 studios, but if they're not making any money, it's not sustainable. So really the focus I think needs to be on the success of those studios in the city and supporting their growth. Those studios, we've had 4 studios close as well in the period. It's important to acknowledge that. But those studios, staff have all stayed in the city and they have all ended up working for other studios. So it's working in that respect.
Thank you. Also, a question on, so we're talking about weightless exports being developed here, and many of the other industries being down towards the bottom of the South Island of New Zealand, which is down towards the bottom of the world, can be a hindrance. Do you find that in code, or does it actually not matter where, because it's an international internet sort of style-based stuff?
Thank you for that question. It's a really good question. Interestingly, so we learn as we progress about what works and what doesn't work, and how to get the best return on taxpayers' money that we can. And direct economic stimulation in the form of grants, production grants, is very important at the beginning of the process, but increasingly, one of the challenges that we're trying to overcome is the fact that these studios are from a small city in the south, of the South Island of a small nation in the bottom of the world. So we can do a lot of business over Zoom, and that's great. But there are very important content marketplaces that our studios need to be at, which is why we developed the travel grants last year. The first round of travel grants was very successful. We had a cohort at Game Developers Conference in San Francisco. We have no signed deals from that yet, but we have got commercial attachments and strong interest in some products that were there. Code's role, apart from anything else, is to make sure that studios are spending their money wisely, and travel overseas is one of those important things that we need to fund. So that is a challenge, but it is, as long as we go to them, it's not reasonable for them to come to us, then we're going to be fine.
If I might just add to that, one thing that COVID has taught us is that we need to be very open to new ways of doing business and operating. And in the game development space in particular, it's not only limitless and weightless, it's also eminently scalable. And when you look at the number of people who are playing video games around the world, the market is huge. The other thing that has opened our eyes coming out of the COVID environment is that a discussion around the future economic foundation of New Zealand is required, because some of the things that we traditionally would have used to bring export earnings into the country are not going to be as successful as previous. So I think when I look at tourism, when I look at the impacts of climate change on our ability to grow grass and feed animals and those other exports, we have to think quite differently around what is available to us as a country, and therefore as a region, to fundamentally shift the economic foundation for the next 30 to 50 years. And code is one of the pillars and foundations of that for Dunedin in the city. So there's some really exciting opportunity that sits in amongst that, but we can't operate without thinking about the much broader context within which our economy is operating and how it might look in the future.
Thank you. And my last question is around, you kind of touched on, sorry, did you have?
Sorry, Councillor. I guess just to add to that too, we can't underestimate the impact that the funding from Kanura is having with attracting game devs and studios to Dunedin, and we know that funding is obviously running out in 2027. So the challenge for Code is to make sure that that's sustainable, obviously, past 2027, and how that we continue to attract studios into the city without the Kanoa funding. I mean, as Tim has said, though, Dunedin has, a massive head start on the rest of the country, so the ecosystem that is being developed within the city should hopefully keep attracting, the studios and the game devs to here.
Okay, sorry. So my last question is around you, and you kind of touched on bringing people to the country, and I was curious, on page 25 you mentioned about Mark Marino, the visiting chair, and I'm wondering if you can expand a little bit on what he managed to bring, if he managed to bring anything.
Thank you, Councillor. So Professor Mark Marino is from the University of Southern California. One of the key curriculum areas that we have assisted with has been the development of new papers at the University of Otago, one of which is in the unusually people might think, in the English and Linguistics Department, ENGL 251. I think this is a really important opportunity. The Narrative Festival that we held this weekend kind of is very much allied to that area of interactivity. So storytelling and interactive narrative are key to a large number of games, particularly games with multicultural content. So Professor Mark Marino is a leading global expert in that area. He was our first Code visiting chair, which is something that has been in the plan for a long time. Very difficult, of course, with COVID to get people to travel here. So what he brought was 20-odd years of experience in interactive narrative. He ran a number of kind of tutorials and engagements within the university and the Polytechnic while he was here. We had a series of public engagements and lectures as well. There was a kind of live role-playing event on Signal Hill, which he carried out. And he also gave a kind of masterclass to game developers in the city. So it was a great return on investment. Cost less than $20,000 to bring him over, but we leveraged a lot more than that. So we hope to be able to continue that at a modest pace with co-chairs. It's important to get the right people who can deliver a large amount of value on that investment. So people who are have a broad range of skills and a dialogue that they can have with a variety of people. So we're looking at particularly at the possibility of bringing someone in with experience and skill in Indigenous games, because we think that's something that will be a really strong inspiration for Ngāi Tahu leadership, and they're very interested in that as well.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and my goodness, what a journey it's been from the beginning till now. Congratulations, gentlemen. Great to have you here, and thank you for the report. My first question is around the Games for Health, because it's an area that really excites me. I don't know anything about gaming except what I've learnt, so a lot of it goes over my head, but this I could definitely engage with. I'm interested to know who you think will lead this, because you talked about it being outside of code. And also I'm interested in the health outcomes. What do you see that as being? It was described in here as solving health-related problems in the community. So I'm really interested in any more depth that you have on that.
I will endeavour to provide you with an answer. The original genesis for the Games for Health conversation started at the very beginning of when code was being talked about. We knew very early on that it was outside our bailiwick, that we weren't necessarily the ones with the right expertise to take the lead on it. But where we got to was, the conversation started with Games for Good, and Ian Taylor was a part of those early discussions. And you'll know from your own experiences with Ian that he is a thinker and he moves fast. And as a result, COVID sort of put a little bit of a hole in our ability to develop Games for Health further. Fast forward to the recent workshops that have been held that Chanel and Fraser and the rest of the Enterprise Dunedin team coordinated. My opening remarks that day were, if we are able to use game developers and health practitioners and experts, so clinicians, researchers, those who provide community health care and the like, and put them together, using things like wearable digital technology, the ability to access health records, self-managed rehabilitation, having grandchildren visit their grandparents and take their blood pressures with little wearables and those sorts of things, then it provides a very different way for people to A, understand the state of their own health, B, linking that data with medical records, so that there is an opportunity for there to be a much more smooth and efficient run through the system should you need to access broader system services, but also provide the opportunity for there to be an interactive and fun way to be involved in managing your own health. And quite simply, that has excited the clinicians and the researchers and the physiotherapists and the startup community in Dunedin, along with Te Wharaora, who were participating in that, along with MB, and with members of the Code board and the Code team who participated. It's fair to say it's early days, but there is also an opportunity with that digital interactive health ecosystem that is starting to build for Dunedin again to take a lead across a national position in terms of what we can do in that space to support ongoing development.
So who else in the world is doing that? Or is this a unique point of difference?
Dundee are involved in this, and we have a very strong relationship with the folks up there, and I think it was, I can't remember how many years ago it was, but members of the Enterprise Dunedin team visited, and I think their instructions from the working group at the time were bring back the best ideas that we can implant here in Dunedin. The other challenge is that if it was easy, everybody would be doing it. And frankly, it is quite difficult. But as I say to Fraser this morning, my father would say to me, everything will be all right in the end. If it's not all right, then it's not the end, you just keep on going. So we are resolute in taking this project and this part of what Code does a lot more further down the track. And we have some real enthusiasm and some real intent and some interest from people. So it's now just a matter of us shaping up that work. The Code business case put aside a reasonably good sized chunk of money to further support Games for Health in those days. And Enterprise Dunedin have retained the services of a business case writer and to develop an investment plan and an investment profile, which might include government, which might include existing tertiary providers, it might include, or could include anybody. So the key is to be bold and ambitious in terms of what we want to achieve and how we can go about it, and not to limit ourselves in terms of our current thinking around potential investors to join on that process.
Your father was a very wise man. Keep going. My next question is around diversity, and you mentioned Māori and I think Pacifica somewhere in there as well. What's the gender balance like?
In the industry? Look, I might get Tim to speak to that because he's been more involved in the New Zealand Game Developers Association.
Yes, I don't have the exact figures, unfortunately, at my fingertips. However, we definitely have a much higher participation of women in the industry in Dunedin. Code can't take all the credit for that. We have Zoe Hobson, who is a director of Code, to thank for her never-ending work in this area. In fact, Zoe was recently profiled as a global leader in women in technology in the industry, and Runaway had something called Women in Games, the girls behind games, and it trended on Twitter, and yeah, it was hugely successful. So I'm afraid I don't have those figures to hand, but I can assure you it's much, much higher. The industry average is, again, depending on exactly how you measure it, between 22 and 24% in this country. So.
Thank you. And my last question's to Mr. Lohud. So as the DCC representative on the board, what more can Council do to support this?
Look, I think the work that Enterprise Dunedin are doing with Code at the moment is more than sufficient. I think Fraser and Chanel do a wonderful job in terms of that support and also their knowledge and work that they've done up to date. So no issues there, and I speak to both Fraser and Chanel on a regular basis. However, I think as I've sort of said before, the potential funding for Kānua coming to an end in 2027 is something that if we want that ecosystem in Dunedin and to continue, then I think that's something that will be a challenge and that we need to probably have a solution for, and how we keep fostering that in perpetuity. Obviously the Games for Health is another big opportunity for the council to obviously have some input into that. It's actually a very difficult one, as Murray was saying, because and why it potentially, to answer your question, Councillor, is that, it's not just games for health, but it seems to be there's actually, the tech for health as well, and there's a big drive, even in the workshops that I attended with the tech industry in Dunedin, that want to be involved in this. So that's potentially why it's not also our remit, but it's fostering that ecosystem as well for the good of the new Dunedin Hospital. So, that would probably be my comment for that.
Thank you very much.
And look, if I could just add one extra little answer to that question. When I consider the economic engine of the city with professional, scientific and technology sectors, it's currently about 16 or 17%, I think, of income and GDP for the city. If we were to be bold and ambitious, we should be setting some targets, north of 20% over a defined time frame. As a 49% shareholder in Code, we would need to have a high degree of comfort that the DCC was comfortable with that approach, and then we can go ahead and develop plans and strategies to get us to that point. But the opportunity is huge.
Thank you, Mr. Strong.
Thank you. Just so everybody knows, I've got Councillor Houlihan next, Councillor Vandervis, Councillor Lucas, Councillor Weatherall, and Councillor Lafiso on the question list. So, Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Probably our unique selling point as a city is the fit with the connection with the health is the med school, I would imagine, yeah. AI and VR, where do you see those in connection to Code and where they might be going?
If I just make an opening comment, and please don't take this as a joke, things like ChatGPT worry me. But it also provides opportunity for things to be done more quickly. So I think there's a much broader conversation that sits in amongst that, but I'll get Tim in particular to talk to AI and VR.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. So the VR is a very well-established technology now. It's not made huge inroads in the consumer market. It's still quite specialist. Oh dear, it is at mine actually as well. But the opportunities for VR, I think, are really in digital interactive health in this city. We have some really clever people already working in this area at the university, and I think it wouldn't be out of turn to say that I expect, if we do get to the point where we can support some prototypes, that VR will be represented in there. Where AI is concerned, AI has, again, it's been around for a very long time. What's brought it to the fore has been generative AI in the form of ChatGPT and Mid-Journey and all the stuff that you see on a day-to-day basis. I share Murray's concerns about the ethics and the practical outcomes that we might see from the proliferation of garbage coming out through AI. However, responsible researchers and technologists in the city are working on AI-related projects. They will have an impact in both digital interactive health and interactivity for entertainment. That said, we don't feel that either VR or AI are standalone. So how I would explain that is an example from my own career. I launched a magazine many years ago called CD-ROM magazine. And we thought this was going to be this really big thing. And of course, all a CD-ROM is a big floppy disk, as we had before. So it's similarly, VR is not the thing, AI is not the thing. They are tools in a whole tool set to get outcomes. And the studios and the work that we're doing will be support those approaches, among many others.
Thank you. The City of Literature status that we have here, do you see that being a benefit for obviously the stories and the narrative around a lot of the gaming?
That's a great question, and absolutely. So the Festival of Interactive Narrative and Storytelling was something we wanted to kick off with in 2020, and then COVID happened. We asked the question at the conference yesterday, would you like to see this happen again? And the room erupted. Yes, they would. We also have the opportunity to grow it more in partnership internationally, and some of our sister city relationships, for example, with Edinburgh, with Shanghai, could be very significant there. Edinburgh also being a city of literature. We also have other cities of literature around the world who are interested and are aware of what's going on here. So, yeah, we do think that's a great strength of Dunedin that can be leveraged.
With us growing so fast and, 25, Auckland 27, where do you see us surpassing Auckland in the near future?
I think as I answered the question before, it depends on what you mean by surpass. So it will take a great deal for us to surpass the revenue even of a single company in Auckland called Grinding Gear Games, which is gigantic, behemoth, massive global player. They have huge revenues. However, what Dunedin can do and how we can surpass all the other cities in this country is by being the engine room that generates the young folk who are creating new companies that one day can become Grinding Gear Games. It's very easy to forget that Grinding Gear Games took a very long time to get to the status they're at now, as the same is true of Pickpock and other large companies. So we're at the beginning of a journey, but we are the architects and we are the builders laying the foundations for the industry here.
Are our developers being encouraged to collaborate with each other to compete internationally? Because I see if we've got, it seems to me from what you're saying, and I know the startup sector reasonably well, and combining those areas, is that we have quite a good ecosystem, and together that could be, I don't know, obviously there's competition, but if they let down those barriers of the competition, is that something that is being considered or nurtured through code?
Yes, it most certainly is. So we're very lucky. It seems, as someone coming from abroad to New Zealand, there is certainly in industries that over-index on export, there's a great deal of collaboration always, which is great to see. In Dunedin particularly, we have collaboration on technologies. We have collaboration in terms of location. So, for example, Code is in Petri Dish co-working space. There are a number of studios in that space, and they all collaborate. We see opportunities for studios to share information and technologies on an ongoing basis, and we encourage that very actively within Code. If you look at the commercial reality, it's not meaningful to talk about studios competing with each other within this country. The work is to consumer. It's not work for hire. So you're not competing to get work for hire with another studio. And the market is overseas. So if we all work together, it very much feels like Aotearoa versus the world. So that collaboration is kind of built into the psyche, and it's going well.
Councillor Vandervis.
Thank you. You mentioned Mark Marino and interactive narrative linguistics. Have any of your companies pursued automatic language translation in gaming so that a lot of different people all over the world can interact in their mother tongue?
So that's a very good question, and we certainly encourage all of our studios to localise in as many languages as they possibly can, and it's it has been proven to increase your sales and increase your commercial success. Many studios have tried using automated language tools. The problem that you have is in business, for example, it's relatively straightforward to use these tools to get a meaningful message across. But in entertainment, language is very nuanced. In movies and plays and novels, etc. And games are the same. So although AI can be very useful for the mechanical parts of translation, so some games will localize their user interface in multiple languages using AI because it's relatively straightforward and easy to check. The narrative itself will have to be parsed by a human. So there are some studios trying that on a kind of part AI, part human process at the moment. But we are unfortunately still a fair distance from being able to just press a button.
Do you recognise that AI, generative AI, ChatGPT in particular, is already creating a revolution in film screenwriting, probably storyboards, and that it will invariably have a massive effect on gaming as well. Both of you have said, you've used the term worry me or share concerns. Should you not recognise that being a self-learning, that this isn't just another tool, but this is a revolution, and that we really need to try and stay on the forefront and ride the wave of it?
Perhaps I better come clean. My earlier comment about it worrying me was from another role that I have as the chair of Te Pukenga in the education space, vocational education and training. So as a large training institution, we are more than aware of the impact that it is likely to have. There are some unknowns, I think, at this stage in terms of impact and scale, and we have a team in that environment working on that. Tim's probably in a better position to speak to some of the opportunities and the challenges that might come from the gaming space. But generally, it's here to stay, and it will only develop further, and there'll be other versions of some of the sorts of things that will become available pretty soon. Tim, do you talk about the game space?
Yes, and again, it's a very good point that Councillor van der Vis has made. So it is revolutionary, and there are areas of the business in terms of working practices and workers' livelihoods which are very much going to be affected by generative AI. So we're already seeing concept artists in quite a lot of trouble. And also we expect within a matter of maybe even months, let alone years, that large amounts of routine programming work is going to be carried out by generative AI. So I think everybody in the industry, not just here in Dunedin, is well aware of that. There are companies that we're aware of in Aotearoa that are looking to lead the world in terms of the use of generative AI in a more measured and controlled way to produce assets for use in video games and to build businesses out of that, those technologies. So you're absolutely right. I mean, it is a fundamental change. The worrying thing really is not so much from the industry's perspective, but it's like all of these technological revolutions, the power is there to do really bad things as well as really good things, and that's what concerns most of the people in the industry. So.
And my final question, you've mentioned drawing on university expertise in certain areas, Mark Marino. etc. Have you been looking at the human side of programming? Have you been looking at drawing on the university resources in psychology? In particular, I'm thinking of gaming addiction, but the line between addiction and really positive sales obviously is perhaps a bit of a thin one, but are you able to bring together these quite actually currently probably disparate areas of expertise to further develop code here?
In terms of the specific department in the university, generally speaking, our dealings with the academic world tend to be driven by the academics themselves. So we have a lot of academics coming to us with projects and ideas and ways that they want to improve their research or their work with undergraduates. We haven't had that contact from psychology specifically, so it's not an area that we have dived into. As an organisation, we're obviously an economic development agency first and foremost, and so that's kind of the motivation that drives us. We're not necessarily in the area where we're supporting research into consumer habits, etc., other than where it impacts on sales. We do know that large video game companies employ psychologists for this very reason, to sell more games and make more money. We very strongly feel that our studios here should be ethical in their behaviours, and we have a commercial reason for saying that. The reason being that we expect if problem behaviours increase around video games, there will be legislation around the world to stop that problem from getting out of control, just as there has been around gambling, for example. And any responsible and sensible industry with an eye to its own well-being will start to find mitigations for this, because you don't want to be in a position where legislation chops down your revenue. You want to be ahead of that and thinking about ways to make money ethically that isn't going to require regulation in future.
And look, just one brief addition to that. The space around the digital interactive health and innovation ecosystem, we've had clinicians from Department of Psychology attending those initial workshops. So there is an interest that's being shown. While it's not specifically game development focused, it actually is part of that broader health innovation ecosystem. So there is some involvement there.
I'll just make one parting comment. I mentioned gaming addiction, but in terms of involving psychologists, I had thought that there would actually be a potentially much more positive outcome if the psychology of gaming was something that was able to be really well understood. The addiction's obviously a downside, but there's got to be upsides to how you structure your games so that they are not just psychologically pleasing, but also psychologically enhancing in terms of mental health.
Was there a question there, Councillor?
It was a clarification, I thought, of my question, but you're right to point out that that was simply an opinion, and my apologies for taking your time.
Thank you. Councillor Lucas.
Thank you. You mentioned that you Dunedin to be the engine room, so I'm interested in the tertiary courses that are being provided. Are they oversubscribed? Is there enough interest, enough places?
Thank you for the question. So Te Pukenga Otago Polytechnic's admissions to Whare Mātoro are in certain cases above expectation and other cases on expectation, which is great. At the university, the ENGL 251 paper, we funded from Code the curriculum development work. And we're really pleased. You don't really want to make an investment in something like that if it's not going to be sustainable, right? And so the onus was on the university to make it sustainable and successful. And even with the current difficult environment at the university, ENGL 251 is now a sustainable permanent paper that is accessible. So, and it's massively oversubscribed actually. And there are examples of other universities around the whole of the Motu that have embraced some of these new digital interactive technologies in their courses, and they are seeing good figures as well, good student figures. So it's definitely a growth area for tertiary that tertiary would be wise to continue supporting.
That's excellent. And you've touched on the festival at the weekend, and obviously it's, you know, only the day after, but is there some obvious outcomes from that? You know, so maybe you could just give us some more information about that.
It's going to be great to see exactly what comes of it in a few months' time. However, there are commercial relationships already being struck up between for collaborations between studios in Australia and here in Dunedin. So I've overheard a couple of conversations that were very interesting on Saturday night. I think it's also the lasting outcome really of FINS has been that it was a very different kind of a conference stroke festival. Saying beforehand that generally speaking, conferences that we're involved with in creative industries tend to be designed to help people sell more product, because everyone's very good at being creative and not very good at being business folk, right? No one goes into game development to be a CFO. So the wonderful thing about FINS is that it was a celebration of creativity, and it's not something that we see a great deal in the industry around the world. And it reflected really well on Dunedin, that it was held here. And we were really worried. It's not an easy city to get to, particularly for folks from overseas. We weren't paying any speakers to speak or attend, and yet we still had 30% of our folk coming from overseas, including just regular attendees flying in from places like Brisbane. So I think it's been really strong way to put Dunedin on the map in the region, and we have plans for other activity in future years that will have an even greater impact, we hope.
Excellent, thank you. And just one last question. In your report on page 28, I'm just interested in, you talk about the service start funding, and you had 9 expressions of interest, but you didn't fund any. So I'm just interested in some of the reasoning behind that.
What an excellent question. Service Start is a very specific funding category which is up to $50,000 matched funding for companies that have a service which will support the industry in Dunedin or in the broader Aotearoa. So it's a fairly specific, narrow funding niche. We are expecting a reasonably strong application soon. We had, I think it's safe to say of the 9 applications we had, probably 7 of them were quite confused about what the funding was for. There's no huge overhead in running a scheme like that. It's literally just we worked out what it would look like and people can apply. We don't run funding rounds. There's no panel that convenes to look at no applications. So it's not a problem that we've not had anything to date, but we do hope we will get something that will pass muster in the next year.
Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, gentlemen, for your report this morning. Good news report. I must say, I have a question following on from Councillor Lucas in regards to funding and grants. I see here that in December 2022, Code funded 5 new Dunedin game development studios. For receiving a Kickstart grant and one receiving a startup grant. Could you explain the difference between startup and Kickstart, and whether the people that receive a Kickstart have had a startup grant as well?
Another really good question. So Kickstart is a funding category that is designed to help studios build prototypes. So it's up to $40,000. And a prototype is simply something that's working, running, you can play it. It may not look very pretty, but it means that other folk in the industry can look at it and say, right, that's pretty good. We think this is worthy of further investment. Startup is production funding. Now, it could be production funding from a very early prototype to get you part of the way to where you need to go. So it may be you take a prototype and you get it as far as what we call a vertical slice. So that's a fairly polished small part of a product that you can show to someone and they'll say, that's great, we'll give you $500,000 to continue working on that. Or sometimes people have got partway through production and the Code Startup Grant helps them either complete or get quite close to finishing, which reduces the risk to an external investor and increases the likelihood of them having a commercial success. To answer the other part of your question, yes, studios can and do go from Kickstart into startup, and it's an important part of the kind of design of the program. It doesn't always happen. So sometimes people kickstart and for whatever reason it doesn't get to quite the level that it needs to be, or it takes longer than expected to get to the point where that they can raise that startup production funding. But yeah, they are designed to complement each other.
Clear as mud. But I do understand. Thank you. And my other question was, what is the criteria which proportions the levels of funding?
So by that, do you mean the balance between Kickstart and Startup, or between the different types of funding, or how much we actually spend overall?
Yes, the different levels. I see it's similar values here between the Kickstart and the Startup being 145 to 150,000. But I'm sure there's other levels of funding that you must provide different studios. And how do you come to a figure, so to speak?
So the application process includes a big spreadsheet. And so our funding is granted not on a apply for this and we give you the money and off you go. We ask them to provide a very detailed budget, a breakdown of what they're spending the money on. There are very strict rules about labour costs. 80% of that cost must be spent in Dunedin. So, and the purpose of this is not really governance, although there is some governance in there. It's more, it really helps studios make sensible decisions about what they need to be spending money on. So Kickstarts, we often get requests for kind of $18,000 as opposed to $40,000, because $18,000 is what they need to get to the prototype stage. Larger prototypes, typically, if they're asking for $40,000, they'll actually be spending $78,000 on it, and we just have a cap at $40,000 in terms of the contribution. Similarly, with startup, generally speaking, people will use all of the $150,000 as production, because it's very difficult to make an entire game for less than $150,000. Typically, a game will cost above more than $450,000 New Zealand to make, even a very small game, by the time it ships. It will have a budget of $250,000 and will cost $450,000.
Councillor Lafiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Chair. Tēnā koutou. Thank you for your mahi and your report. I'm following up on Councillor Gary's diversity question, and I note in the graph and then the report on page 29 that Māori/Pasifika it only refers to Māori in the page 29, which is fine, but is up. What are the numbers for Pasifika, if any?
In Dunedin, we have a couple of Pacific, literally two Pacific peoples who we know who are involved in the industry. One of them's just got a job, actually, working for an audio engineer here, doing work for games. So one of the really cool things, opportunities that we have is in going national, we are recruiting 2 content managers for the North Island. It gives us the opportunity. We have one Māori employee, Taikoa Tamati Elif, who works here in Dunedin, but one of our, although it's, can't put the cart before the horse, but one of the really strong candidates that we have in the North Island is Pacifica. So it'd be awesome if we can get Pacifica representation on the code team, because from our experience working with Taikoa is as soon as we have Māori on the team, then it makes it much easier to engage with Māori. When you talk to kids, they can see themselves being in that seat. And if we can do that with the Pacific Peoples community, whether it's here in Dunedin or, particularly in Auckland, then it will make a huge difference in moving the needle.
Thank you. And my second and final question is in relation to that. What are the numbers in terms of other so-called minority groups alongside Pacifica?
So we do track within our code funding schema what we call underrepresentation. So and we track that very specifically for Māori, Pacifica, other ethnicities. Don't want other people here, but you know what I mean. And disability, sexuality. So tracking LGBTQIA plus working within those teams. Nationally, the NZGDA has just started tracking anything other than women in the industry. So gender was the only thing that they tracked. But what we don't have is figures from NZGDA for anything other than very specific individual groups. So we don't have overall underrepresentation figures, which we're hoping we can get next year. So the figure we have of 48% of the studios in Dunedin that we have funded are led by groups that are underrepresented. That's the kind of underrepresentation that we're looking at. And in fact, a figure that's not in there, 49% of the employees are from underrepresented groups. And we feel really proud of that. It's not been a difficult target to hit. It turns out that if you support underrepresented groups, funnily enough, they actually do things. Who'd have guessed?
Councillor Mayhem and then Mayor Raddick.
Kia ora, thank you. So my question follows on a little bit from Councillor Lucas's. We talked about young folk creating the new companies, and I'm wanting to know about a career for young people. So you talked about the interactive narrative program and expanding that pilot that's been with Bayfield High School, focused on year 10s, and that you've got game clubs for years 7 and 8s. I'm wondering how you connect with, say, year 13 students or people who are about to. What's the thread that guides them into the courses at Whare Matoro? And you mentioned the NGL 251 course, so I'm wanting to know specifics as a mother of a year 13 obsessed young gaming person who's thinking of, because he's got an incredible maths brain, he's thinking of a career in electronics, but I'm thinking code and gaming is what he would be loving to do, so that I can go home and tell him what is the name of the course that he needs to be taking next year, and how would that information come to school through the careers. This is the first time I'm hearing this, what is the course? What is the course, the tertiary course he would need to be interested in?
So, again, really good question. So the course would be for Whare Matoro would be either Bachelor of Communications Design or which is for the more kind of design and visual side. Or the other would be the Bachelor of Information Technology, which is more on the programming and the maths side. And obviously there are opportunities at the university as well, within the computer science department, the info science department. But you touch on a really, really important point, which is, if we have an Achilles heel right now, it is in older school kids. There are many reasons for this. It's not because we haven't identified it as important or we don't consider it to be important. It's actually really, really hard. So during the time that Code's been operating, there have been changes to NCEA Digitech curriculum, and teachers have been coping with that. The other thing that is quite hard is it's not easy to teach game dev to years 12 and 13 because their level of curiosity and natural skill is sometimes really taxing for the teachers because they're not game developers, right? They're teachers. They have to be able to teach everything. And so we've been holding, in fact, the end of last year was the first kind of teacher-only day that we held where we gave them the opportunity to tell us what they would like to do with game development in the classroom. The work with Bayfield is down to individual teachers there like Orla Little, who's just been fantastic at picking the ball up and running with it and taking the support that she can from Code. We offer that to all schools, but it's not enough to offer it when teachers are so busy just trying to cope with everything happening. So we have made contact with Unity and Unreal, who make the two biggest game engines used in commercial game development, to help us with education outreach. We have to do that in a cost-effective way, and that means not employing American education consultants because they cost a great deal of money. So we're trying to build our own pathways with the resources that we have that are feasible. So, yeah.
Thank you. That was a great answer, because I would have gone and looked up media studies or something like that, not knowing. And also, just a comment, I love what you said about Dunedin as a city of creatives, and I don't know much about gaming except my...
Question?
You must think that Spooky Soft, Steph Animal, and Zoe Hobson's Runaway work ticks a lot of our boxes for gender diversification in the city.
Absolutely, yeah, you're quite right. Steph actually is a really good example of Code working well. A musician, a well-known city creative. And she's always dabbled in video games, but it's never been her livelihood. Now she's got a studio and employees, and she's making games on a day-to-day basis and loving it, and still able to do her music and combine music with games. I mean, it's an amazing product that she's made for Hey Hey on a contract basis, a music rhythm game. At a preschool level, yeah.
And if you're engaging with young people across the city, my suggestion would be don't limit the conversation to a career. It might be a business owner that they end up being. And often that's a very different way to start a conversation with a young person about what the future opportunity might be for their particular area of specialisation or interest.
Thank you. Mayor Raddick?
Yeah, I'm curious about the service sector funding. Because obviously you haven't made any grants as yet, but you've got some applications. Do you have a suggestion list for people thinking about that, or like a stimulation list to put out there, or is it still even unknown what are the services that are required to support the gaming industry? Because, I imagine there will be a range of service industries that could start up to provide support that may not even be known yet.
Yes, that's a very good question. So our kind of list that we stimulate is us going and banging on people's doors saying, look, we've got this funding category and, maybe you should think about applying for it. But one of the issues is small service companies are always like scrabbling to work. They're always working, right? And getting a grant application together is going to take time. So we support them in that process. But the kind of industries that we're looking at are marketing services for companies like public relations, audio engineering is another good one. There are many kind of small service companies that can provide things that will be important and relevant to Dunedin firms and to the broader industry here. But unfortunately, some of the ideas that we've had coming to us have not really thought about who their customer is, whether their customer needs that service. So, for example, I'd like to make game trailers. So the most you're ever going to get is probably 3 game trailers a year, $5,000 each. That's $15,000 worth of revenue. So you can't build a business off the back of that. So it just, people need to kind of work out their business plan, and we're there to help them. So if you know anybody who might be interested, please do send them our way.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Just following on from the question around the gaming qualifications, is Natural History offering some gaming courses? There was something I saw during, I think it was Tech Week, or was one of those things. They had, information up on the walls that you could, there was a whole lot of gaming courses through university run through Natural History or something like that, and it was in connection with code. I thought there was gaming courses available at that university level. There certainly are, aren't there? Is that the case?
No, I don't think so. If it was stuff at the museum, we did quite a lot with the museum over the winter last year. With kind of more community-focused activity that had natural history type connections, but certainly in terms of university courses, the areas where we definitely are involved with the university are information sciences for AR and VR, English and linguistics for interactive narrative, computer science for programming. And we now have, we're making our first inroads into music and performing arts. So performing arts for motion capture for games and voice performance for games, and music for sound effects, Foley and soundtracks.
Just out of interest, so after 2027, the 2.5 million that you're getting per year, that's not allowed to be spent on Dunedin businesses. Is that the case?
Yes. Oh, sorry, I cut you off there. So, no, absolutely it is. So at the moment, so while we are funded by Kanoa here in Dunedin, we cannot access national funding except for overhead directly for Dunedin studios. However, when the Kanoa funding ends in 2027, then the funding that we receive from MB, they have committed is for all of the country. In terms of what that means to Dunedin, because we have the head start in Dunedin, we currently have the second largest number of studios. We are likely to have, we've got a very well-educated game development sector here. They're very good at grant applications now, and we think that when they are able to access national grant funding, they will quite possibly punch above their weight naturally from the city because of the ecosystem that we've built here. So yes, that 2.25 million per annum, which we hope will increase, we are putting pressure on the government to increase that, will be accessible to Dunedin studios just as studios from anywhere else around the Motu.
And did I read that Wellington and Auckland will get code offices as well, but will remain the headquarters? Is that the case?
So there, I think probably a more accurate comment would be they're receiving desks. We won't have offices. We don't have enough money to to get offices in Wellington and Auckland, frankly. We want to support the studios. So it's really two very important people who are well connected in the industry in the North Island and with iwi in the North Island to carry out that work. They will probably have desks in co-working spaces, so there is, and this has been fully supported by MB in our funding contract. There's no expectation of building Dunedin in Wellington or Auckland, building our code that we have here. It's totally different. So it's a hub and spoke model. The hub is Dunedin. We cannot recreate what we have built in Dunedin with $2.25 million anywhere else around the country. What we can do is those pieces of work that we do which are scalable, which includes the funding system, which includes our capability workshops and masterclasses, that kind of stuff. We can open that up to the whole of the Motu, but the more kind of bespoke, detailed work that we've been able to carry out with the Kanoa funding here in Dunedin, it will not be featured nationally. So,
Final question. I know way back in last term, sort of near the beginning of the term, we had a presentation for some gamers who had quite a large company in Japan, and we met them, and that was a code event, and it was quite, they were welcomed in. What has happened with that relationship? Has there been any connections made and any professional, obviously benefits to our city for that?
Yes, I mean, obviously the Enterprise Dunedin team have worked very hard on those relationships. Particularly, we had with JP Games, for example, we had support for Holly in the Paralympics, and we did a lot of kind of work around that with their title. We also have the work which is being carried out, again from Enterprise Dunedin, things like the Cross-Pacific Game Jam, which is going to be happening very soon, which is going to build ties, particularly, we think, in the education sector. So we're really keen to see students coming from Japan to Dunedin to study game development. Good reasons for that. In Japan, they don't go great guns on vocational education. It's very much around you get your university education, then you learn your vocation at work. Whereas a lot of the young Japanese folk are really keen to actually learn the tools of the trade, and they can do that by going overseas. We see a strong educational value to those links that have been built by Enterprise Dunedin with Japan.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I'm curious about creative writing, because you had Mark Marino come and talk about the creative writing, and to me, the core question is simply, is there a creative writing income pathway? So, we have English studies and all manner of things at the university, but is there a clear pathway to income through code or within code for those people?
That is a very good question again. The pathways from, for example, ENGL 251. So if you understand interactive narrative, which in its simplest terms is something that everyone here probably knows about, is choose your own adventure books, the branching pathway books. That is at the heart of game stories. It's not quite as simplistic as that, but the basic principles are the same. So if you understand building these webs and weaving these stories through multiple pathways, then you can be employed in game studios, even if you're making a game like Call of Duty, right? You still need people to design those connections and stories with the player. There are other forms of interactive narrative which don't require a huge studio to make. There's a category called visual novels, for example, which are like very sophisticated choose your own adventure books on computer. And that is a pathway that we're really keen to support. The tools out there are not easy to self-publish, and we're really interested in seeing some proposals from studios about how they might make some more accessible tools for creatives. But one of the purposes of FINS, and we'll certainly be doing more when we hold the next FINS because we'll have more time, is to involve the local writing, music, art, fine art communities in possible collaborations to make, for want of a better term, visual novels, because there is a marketplace for that, definitely.
I have a couple of questions from the Chair. First off, Mr Ponting, you've talked about the university in glowing terms. What I'm actually quite concerned about is the potential university cuts and any impact you think that may have on code.
Obviously, I can't speak for the university. However, I think it would be safe to say that the university has to go through a process of almost rationalisation, really. There's a large number of courses. They have to make sure that those courses have a reason for their existence. There'll be some merging of courses, etc., etc. We are confident that the work that we've done to date will remain unscathed through this process. It remains to be seen, on the long term. But our relationship with the university is as strong as ever, I think. And the enthusiasm for this sector within individual senior staff within the university is also very strong. So, we are very sympathetic towards this situation. It's a really tough situation that the tertiary sector is in right now. We have huge sympathy with them, and we will do what we can to support their work and to ensure that the industry that we represent is well served by the tertiary sector in this city particularly.
Perfect, thank you. And you've touched on it, and some of the other councillors have touched on it too, about our sister city relationships. You've talked about Dundee, you've talked about JP Games, and in past our relationship in Shanghai. Can you expand upon the importance of Dunedin's international relationships, both civic and through code and digital gaming?
Yes. So, basically, the great thing about these relationships from our perspective is there are quite a lot of serendipitous, what's the word? Kind of synergies with the specific cities that we have relationships with. So, Edinburgh, in particularly, and Scotland in general, particularly Dundee. Dundee's really like Dunedin in terms of its size. They have a sector that punches above its weight, so that's a good, important relationship with us. Edinburgh is a large city. It's a city of literature. We have good connections into that city, and the relationship that the cities have at a civic level is something that we can tap into. So it's opened doors for us in the past. I think Fraser and Chanel would agree, that relationship, and we will. I'm going to be in Europe this summer, and I will be in Edinburgh and Dundee at one point in that trip to unlock what we can. Shanghai, again, the importance of that is actually just by coincidence. Shanghai has a really strong NZTE team there who have been very supportive of Code's work, helped individual studios in the city like Runaway with problems that they've had in China. So those sister city relationships can be very valuable. If we come up against a block, then we can kind of speak to Enterprise Dunedin and just see if things can be given a little shake to move things forward. And that's proved to be a good thing.
Thank you. I don't see any more questions around the table, so I will move the resolution. Thank you, gentlemen. That the committee notes the Centre of Digital Excellence Limited update report. As I said, I'd move that. Second to Councillor Mayhem. So I'll speak to this first. Firstly, thank you, Mr. Ponting, and Mr. Strong, and Mr. LaHood for coming to present today. I also want to acknowledge the work around Mr. Liggett and Chanel O'Brien, who sat back there in the seats, for the work that they've done. As we can see in this report and what we've heard over the last hour and a half or so, is that actually code is actually advancing at quite a pace, and is actually putting Dunedin strongly on the map when it comes to connective industries and weightless economy and exports. To see this evolve from where we had Gig City in that campaign, and also see the government come to the table back in 2016 or so, 2016, when they launched their manifesto around digital health and code, and to see where we are today is really strong. So the other part is we want that recognition from government, and also around long-term funding. It's nice to see us number 2 in the country when it comes to studios with more than 90 jobs. And I like the way that Mr. Ponting referenced Dunedin as having quite a head start thanks to code and the leadership that he and his team have shown. I also appreciate the comments made about the positives of Dunedin's ecosystem with the gaming companies. And I'm excited about those involved in the Edify Interactive, and those involved in the growing companies, Edify Interactive, Deepfield Games and Balancing Monkey Games, are connecting with the Polytech University and high schools and Year 7 and 8 students. I think that is really showing that code is crossing all paths of our community, and we heard about what is happening in the high schools. And I think anything that grows interest in our young members of our community and seeing a future pathway where they can stay in Dunedin and really develop and grow is a positive. But also anywhere that in an industry that can attract a lot of talented people to our city is also a positive. So there are many, many cross benefits from code. But in final, speaking to this, I want to thank the leadership group that we have around this, and the direction and positive that we're gaining from the traction of this industry. Thank you. Councillor Gowrie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What a ride it's been from beginning till now, and it's been a real privilege to watch that evolve, and very exciting. I too want to acknowledge the extraordinary work of the ED team under Mr. Christie's leadership, and in particular mention Fraser Liggett and Chanel O'Brien. This work was on top of their normal workload, and it showed an extraordinary ability to pivot and focus on something that was going to add dramatically to Dunedin's future. Mr. Strong, Mr. Ponting and Mr. LaHood and your board, amazing work, and thank you for your in-depth presentation and answering our many questions today. I was just thinking back to the delegation from JP Games, and as I said, I didn't know a lot about gaming. I've certainly learnt a lot more, but that was a very moving experience, and I remember their real interest in Indigenous games, and then the work they did with Holly Robinson. That was extraordinary as well. Clearly a considerable amount of mahi has gone into this by many to create an ecosystem that's supportive and encourages people to look to this city to establish their businesses. And we heard that Dunedin, or Te Puti Dunedin, is an attractive place for this sector to live, work, study and invest, as well as visit, because when you have people living here from overseas, their families and friends come to visit, the word gets around. The diversity that you've built and are continuing to grow within the industry is noted for Māori and Pacifica and for underrepresented groups, and wonderful to hear of the global recognition of women in the sector. So that's a good news story as well. I was most interested to hear of the added value of our sister city relationships, and delighted to see the connection with the City of Literature. All of these work towards our strategic goals for our city. But I want to finally note the Gaming for Health, and I want to just note that on the day I learned about this aspiration, I remember I was so moved I cried, because I understood the potential for health outcomes for the people in this community and wider from that particular initiative, and we need to, as a council, do everything we can to support that alongside our new hospital and looking at the new model of care. And I can see from how you're reacting, Mr. Strong, that is very relevant. And I've heard some interesting interviews on the radio recently about this very point. And I don't think our community quite understands the new model of care yet. There's a lot of work to be done to educate all of us on that, but we got a little hint of it during COVID. And as I drove in this morning, they were talking about a report that's just come out around the outcome of a particular end of life and during COVID and how traumatic that was, and about some of the possibilities in terms of digitisation, which I know is another matter, but you can't disconnect the two. So this is most indeed a great news story, not just a good news story, a great news story for our city. I think it's a triumph, actually. Thank you to all involved, and I look forward to the next report.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Yes, I think it's really exciting as well. Thank you for your presentation. I really like that you wrote the case studies in there. I thought they were really a good way to explain, showing the problem, the solution, and then moving forward, which was great. I used to work for Core Education in Christchurch, and we used to do case studies all the time, and it's a really good way to, to give an example. And I loved in the case study where you talked about the business that had the contract that wasn't necessarily that great and how you were able to work with them around that. And the minute I heard that, I thought, what an advantage for any startup or business to have that support at that level is fantastic. So, yeah, Tim and your team, thank you very much for that. And I know Chanel doesn't say a lot, but she's behind the scenes all the time working. And when I have done anything around the startup sector or that, Chanel's always been there, and the tech sector. She is, really excellent. I think the key to our success is that the tech sector, startup sector, and Code coming together and working collaboratively. I think it's really exciting. Something that I didn't ask before that I was wanting to is around the film sector, because I think there's huge growth in that area. Look at Peter Jackson's putting millions of dollars into some of the films. Zelda comes to mind, but I don't think that's his one. I don't know which it is, but anyway, he's put millions of dollars into some of those gaming things, and it will follow that others will as well. And so I think there's huge opportunity for us to work with the film sector. And I know the papers and you mentioned a little bit, there'll be a bit of that happening, but I can see that being a big growth area as well for our city. So it's really exciting. I've said this before, but my son has low vision, and talking about the health sector, when he puts on his VR set, he can't wear glasses. It's a problem that won't be fixed with glasses, but all of a sudden the inner world on the VR set comes alive for him because it's right there at his eyes. He can see clearly. And so for him, I can see if I could wean him off the games, we could actually do some educational things there, and it could be incredible, because he can see quite clearly with all of that, and he's very animated with it. So actually, to the point of not wanting to stop talking about it. So yeah, he's one of your biggest advocates. Thank you.
Mayor Raddick.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Not only for coming and speaking to us today, enlightening us on progress, but for all the great work that you've done over the time with Code. I think Code is a very, very important part of Dunedin's future, and I really like the hub and spoke model that you're talking about, and I see those spokes as having different lengths. So I think you were referring, Tim, to Mr. Ponting, to spokes out through New Zealand, but of course in the end we talked about spokes much further afield, to Shanghai, to Dundee, to Edinburgh, to Japan as well. But also, I think there's a lot of scope for having short spokes to other industries within Dunedin, which has got me thinking about the creative writing sector and our International City of Literature status. So all of those interconnecting spokes will make a big difference to Dunedin in the future, I feel, just as you have referred to, and setting that goal of considerably over 20% of Dunedin's GDP coming from the SciTech Centre. Could serve to make Dunedin the SciTech Centre of New Zealand, and that would be something very beneficial to our future economy and to our ability to retain graduates from our educational institutions, and also to attract people from overseas to study here and contribute to the GDP of the city by coming and studying here. So thank you very much for all your work.
Any further speakers? I've got nothing to add in my right of reply, so I'll put the motion. All in favour? Aye. Against? Passed. Item 8, items consideration by the chair. Are there any? No? Okay, I declare the meeting closed at 11:55. Thank you.
So I'd like to start the Customer and Regulatory Committee meeting. On the chime of the bells, here we go. So I'll open with a karakia. Whakatato mai te wairua, whakawaitia mai te hina naru, whakaraite mai te tīn ana, kia I e ngā mahi, ai. Settle the spirit, clear the mind, prepare the body to achieve what needs to be achieved. Yes. Thank you all for coming today to the Customer and Regulatory Committee. We have public forum today and some members from the Waikato Coast Board. We have, I believe, Andy Barrett and Chris McBride are here today. Would you like to come forward, gentlemen? Thank you for joining us. You'll have 5 minutes. We'll have the time up here. And at the end of your 5 minutes, you'll need to stop. And are you both happy to take questions after your speech? Thank you. All right.
Good afternoon, everybody. I have a prepared statement here, which we're presenting on behalf of our community board. So each month, our board chair provides an article for our local community newspapers, and every so often he reminds people of the Council's 4774,000 service and how it can be used to let staff know about things that they would like to get fixed. I myself use this service regularly, usually to inform the Council of water leaks and the like that I spot as I am out and about in the district. And I'm pleased to report that the service works very well. The problems are often sorted out promptly and efficiently, and my fellow board members say the same. That said, this system is not without its problems. At our last board meeting, we heard from a member of the public who mentioned in an aside that he had put in a call to 4774,000 and that, in his words, nothing ever happened. Unfortunately, this is not an isolated case. It's a complaint that we hear often enough to make us think that something needs to be done. The matter was raised at a recent informal meeting of community board chairs and deputy chairs, and there was agreement around the table that such complaints are not uncommon. The main problem is easily identified. When a request results in a job being done, and this often means being seen to be done, you put in a call, you see the leak, 2 or 3 days later you see the leak's been fixed. So in those cases the system works very well. Where it is less successful is when, for whatever reason, the request does not result in the desired outcome. Obviously, it would be unreasonable to expect the DCC to meet every request. I think, for example, of the person who asked me, quite seriously, what the DCC was going to do about the smell from the seaweed rotting on the Karitani beach. I think you could imagine how easy it was to answer that question. Just one word was required. But I think it's reasonable for those using the 4774,000 number to get some feedback, even if it's only to explain why their request was not acted on or why it would have to wait. Our board members have talked about this matter and we have some suggestions for improvement. We understand that the DCC may be about to undertake a review of customer services. Our board, and we suspect other community boards, would like to be part of that process, as we believe our wide experience with issues of customer satisfaction would be considerable help. As we all know, complaining about the DCC is one of the most popular local sports. With some simple improvements to the 4774,000 service, we might be able at least to reduce the number of participants. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to take questions?
Sure. If there are difficult ones, I'll ask Chris to
That
answer.
sounds fair. Has anyone got any questions? Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for coming along, Chris and Andy. So can I just be clear here? Basically what you're asking for, from my understanding, what you just said is having a better feedback loop, whether that be disseminating good as well as bad news, but also, for example, if it goes on the work programme, letting people that's happened and letting them know that may take 3 months, 6 months, 9 months. Is that what I'm hearing from you?
Yep.
Any further questions? All right. Look, Councillor Barker, Deputy Mayor Barker.
Thank you, Chair. I just have one around the complaints. So these about people, because there's various ways to contact the DCC. There's the phone, email, and the online one. So is this mainly regarding telephone calls, or is it regarding all forms of contact?
I think phone calls. Certainly they're the ones that I'm aware of. Yeah.
Right, that looks like the questions. Thank you very much for coming in. Thank you. Right, now apologies. There are no apologies as of the time that the agenda was created. And now we move to confirmation of agenda. So I move that the committee confirms the agenda without addition or alteration. Is there a seconder? Yes, Councillor Barker. Thank you. Okay, so we'll put the motion. All in favour? Aye. Carried. Declarations of interest. Does anyone have an update of the register of interest? No changes? Okay, I move that the committee notes the elected members' interest register and confirms the proposed management plan for elected members' interests. Is there a seconder? Councillor Wiley? Thank you. All in favour? Carried. Okay, I move that the committee... All right, we don't need to... Let's have a wee look. Confirmation of minutes for the Customer and Regulatory Committee, March 7, 2023. I move that the committee confirms the minutes of the Customer and Regulatory Committee. Is there a seconder for that? Yes, for March 6. Okay, we've got March 7, that's all right. 7, okay, lovely, thank you. Councillor Wiley, all those in favour? Carried. Right, reports. Part A, action from resolutions of Customer and Regulatory Committees, page 19. And the Chief Executive Officer will respond to any questions. So welcome, Ms Graham. Do you wish to speak to the report? So we'll happy to take questions. Lovely. Is there any questions on the action list? No questions? All right. Would anyone like to move the motion? Okay, Councillor Wiley's moved. Thank you. We'll move that the committee notes the open actions for resolutions of Customer and Regulatory Committee meetings as shown in the attachment A. Yep, so there we go. We've got a second. Is there a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor O'Malley. And would the mover like to speak to the motion? Thank you. Any other speakers? No, lovely. I'm now going to put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Anyone against? No. Carried. Right. Number 8, Customer and Regulatory Committee Forward Work Programme. The Chief Executive again will respond to any questions. Are you happy to take questions?
And I will, yes, be guided by Mr Henderson if there are any as well.
Yes, lovely, thank you. Oh, welcome. Right. All right. Has anyone got any questions? All right, would anyone like to move the motion? Councillor Cherry, thank you. Councillor Lucas, sorry. All right, so we'd like to note that the Customer and Regulatory Committee Forward Work Programme is shown in attachment A. Is there a seconder? Councillor Gilbert. Does that mover wish to speak to your motion? No? Lovely. Is there any speakers? No. All right. So I'm now going to put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Any against? Any abstentions? Is there any discussion? No. Carried. Right, now we get to number 9, bylaw review update, page 27. And we have Paul Henderson here, who's the Acting General Manager of Regulatory Services, and Anne Gray, who's the Policy Analyst and Business Coordinator. Welcome, thank you for coming. And I see we have one more person here.
I'm Ms. Bunt, I'm in-house counsel for the DCC.
Oh, wonderful, thank you very much. All right. So, welcome. Are you happy to take questions?
I am. Can I just point out, though, that we've only captured the bylaws at this point. There is further work going on in the background regarding policies that will also come to this committee. We haven't finished that work as yet.
Thank you. Right. Anyone got any questions on this paper? Councillor Gary.
Thank you. I'm interested to hear a little bit more about page 28, item 12, enforcing bylaws. Could you add to the comment on that, Mr. Henderson? Is there anything further, or any of you able to give us a little bit more information on that? The inability to issue infringements.
Thank you, Councillor. I think that's been left with me. Some acts set out an infringement regime and some others don't. So, for example, if you wish to prosecute under the Local Government Act, all you have available are the criminal charges which you file in the district court. So, of course, the decision to prosecute for a breach of a bylaw that's only made under the Local Government Act brings a big penalty because it criminalises the offender. Whereas some other acts which create bylaws, such as the Reserves Act and the dog control bylaw, those acts themselves have an infringement regime within that. So a breach of a bylaw made under the Dog Control Act or under the Reserves Act has an infringement available under the legislation, which sets the amount of the monetary fee. And so where a bylaw is made under those specific acts, an enforcement officer can issue an infringement, which is like a ticket, which the DCC staff administer. And when that's not paid, that's sealed with the court. It becomes a court order, a fine. And when that money is paid, it's payable to the court. So those monies go to the consolidated revenue account as opposed to the DCC itself.
Thank you for that. Could you help me to understand, because I can't remember, it's a while ago, there was a time when we were not able to give infringements, fines for freedom camping, and then we brought in a bylaw and we were able to do that. Could you just explain that process and how that fits with what you just said?
The freedom camping legislation sets out an infringement regime. So the government, when it made that act, applied itself to infringements and provides that when a bylaw is made, infringements can be set by the local authority. However, in the case of the Local Government Act, for instance, that hasn't been provided for. So the Local Government Act only allows for the criminal conviction.
Thank you for that explanation.
Are there any further questions? Thank you, Councillor Walker.
Thank you, and thank you for the paper, which somewhat reminded me of Joseph Heller's Catch-22. Two questions. From my reading, and correct me if I'm wrong, from reading the paper, the suggestion at the moment within the current legislation is that the feeling of council is that the cost of incentives at the moment pretty much outweigh the costs of I guess, prosecution. Is that... Sorry?
Are you referring to the incentives for the next paper? We're on the one that's just about the update of the bylaw review program.
Probably because I saw Councillor Benson's hand up, but I assume you were on to the...
Right. Have you got a question, Councillor Benson?
Yeah, I do, in general terms.
but not about the second paper. There's reference in the schedule of the review in 2030 of the roading bylaw. I raise this because previously Councillor O'Malley has observed that the definition of road is from building line to building line, and I'm wondering if we are going to take a different attitude to what people put in that space, which causes a mischief, and you know what I'm talking about, structures to hold up verandas, and that review might provide us the opportunity, albeit in 2030, of discouraging people from obstructing the roadway, given that if that assessment of the Wakakotahi definition of the roadway is correct from building line to building line, there's a lot of roadway being obstructed by scaffolding at the moment. Is that an option for us? And if so, would it be possible to advance that review so that we can get onto it sooner rather than 2030? There's two questions there.
I spoke to the team in the transport area regarding the scaffolding on particularly on some of the verandas and holding verandas up. Again, they felt as though it was really difficult to police, and how do we determine whether or not it's for genuine reasons? So when you look at, for example, the DCC building right now that's got scaffolding everywhere, and it's going to be there for a few years, but it's a genuine reason for having the scaffold there. So the transport team didn't feel as though they could come up with anything meaningful.
Now, Councillor O'Malley.
Thanks for the answer, but the way this went around was clause 2.1, which says no person without the consent of the council may leave anything on the road other than a vehicle. So presumably then, if they've got it on the footpath, because the definition was extended to the footpath at the time, because I distinctly remember it being extended to the footpath, presumably then those, including ourselves, must have permission to be there.
That's my understanding.
So do we give them permission? Like, do they have, how do you know you got permission unless you've been given permission, I guess?
So it's my understanding that you would obtain a traffic management plan and signed off, which is signed off by council.
To enforcement in general. So in this instance, you're not allowed to leave anything on the road without permission of the council. How do we enforce if we can't fine?
And that's the problem we have when we do the analysis of, the public interest test against evidential sufficiency, which is the Solicitor General's guidelines as to prosecution. So the only thing we are left with, if we are going to enforce a breach of a bylaw that doesn't have an infringement regime, is to lay a charge or file a charge in the district court. And so therefore a lot of factors have to be taken into consideration, which will include the cost of prosecution and the gravity of the offence. So staff, for example, if a sign was left in a playing field, that would technically be a breach of the Reserves Act. Do we, just for this hypothetical, do you lay a charge and criminalise someone for that if you have no other mechanism to punish? So it's a balancing exercise that staff have to go through.
So then, beaches and reserve bylaw be another good example of prohibitions of activities on beaches. Are we caught in that same situation again? Because I remember when that bylaw went through, we didn't put an enforcement regime at all in place at the time. Is that because we really can't?
Sorry, that perhaps was not the best example, because the Reserves Act is one of those special acts that does provide for an infringement regime. And in that case, we can serve someone with an infringement notice, and we have staff that are doing that at present. And then if the gravity of the breach is so great, then staff can make the decision to move to the next tier of enforcement, which would be to lay the criminal charge.
Thank you. So as you go through this review, could we get a sense of what act it comes under and therefore the regime that goes with it?
Yes, of course.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you. Just a by the way question, page 30. Tell me about the bylaw it's very specific. Restriction of traffic on part of Halfway Bush Road and Friends Hill Road bylaw. How did that come about and is it still currently relevant?
My limited understanding of that one is it has been a bylaw for some time, and the purpose of it is to prevent damage to unformed legal roads. So it's about restricting traffic on that piece of road.
Would that be a sort of an aberration? I mean, are there any other around the city like that? I've never come across any bylaw that's that specific.
I can get that this historically was the best solution to a particular problem that existed in this locality, and the bylaw was the best legal means of giving effect to the resolution required. I can flick you a copy of it, but it is discrete to the properties involved.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. I have a question around clarity, or for clarity. Point number 5 on page 28, a bylaw is invalid if it conflicts with an existing act. If an act doesn't mention anything, for example, the Dog Control Act doesn't mention the keeping of hippogriffs. I realise they're not dogs because they're not real, but whatever. Any bylaw we put in place, surely if an act doesn't specifically mention something, what classifies as a conflict?
I'm trying to think of an example here. Yeah. So you'll be aware of the tariffs of legislation. So of course the first is the Act, and then underneath that we have regulation and various rules. And so the bylaws are the sort of the final cab off the rank for legislative powers. And so a bylaw can only be made when there's a promulgating act above it that gives the council the power to make a bylaw. So if, for example, a bylaw says you may make a bylaw in respect of these animals, and it's pandas and koala bears, but not hippogriffs, then you couldn't make a bylaw that was in respect of the hippogriff, but you would have the power to make the bylaw in respect of the first two animals. So you need the overarching power to make the underneath bylaw, if that answers your question.
I think so. So and we'll pick on the Animal Act, if the Animal Act says, it doesn't mention a cap to, for example, how many hippogriffs you're allowed to keep, we would be able to make one here that says, you know what, locally 3 hippogriffs is fine, 4 you're just getting ridiculous. I am getting to a point, Panic.
Unlikely because there is no overarching power to enable you to make make a bylaw in respect of a hippogriff. However, you may be able to get to that nuisance if there was a nuisance of someone keeping too many on their property through other legislative means. For example, the Health Act, there may be a nuisance or they may be offensive, their odour, their droppings. So you'd be able to get to that nuisance by some other legislative mean, and that could be a prosecution under the Health Act or even one of our other bylaws.
Eleanor, if you could maybe explain that just because an act doesn't say something specifically, there are rules of statutory interpretation. I think that's maybe what the councillor is meaning as well. Just because if the act doesn't say it specifically, can we do it anyway?
Then you'd be left with a more general overarching bylaw, say for example the Local Government Act. So the Local Government Act, in order to make a general bylaw under that Act, we have to go through a statutory process and determine that there is no other legislative mechanism to deal with the issue, and that the bylaw is the most appropriate way of dealing with an issue. And that's often a catch for us, because if there are other legislative means that are over and above a bylaw, then we are unable to make a bylaw on that to deal with that specific matter. So we have to go through, under the Local Government Act, when we make these general bylaws, we have to go through this process of, is it the most appropriate way to deal with the issue that we have, or the nuisance that we have?
And then before we even get to that stage, my colleague Ms Gray has to go through and prove to the council that there is a nuisance, and so she has to gather data to prove to you that there's a public nuisance because of the manifestation of hippogriffs in Dunedin City. And then it's up to you, the council, to determine whether or not that is a nuisance and whether a bylaw is the most appropriate way of dealing with that nuisance.
Can I just add briefly, an example is the food grading bylaw. So in 2014, a Food Control Act, I think it is, came into force in 2016. As a result of that, we reviewed the food grading bylaw, and the Act had brought in some requirements that our bylaw had in it and duplicate it, so we had to pull those out of the bylaw because we wouldn't want them to be in conflict. So that's an example that we have here in Dunedin.
Lovely, thank you for your answer, and I think we have just capped the limit as how many hippogriffs have ever been mentioned in a council meeting.
Mayor Reddick.
Yes, I'm curious about the keeping of animals bylaw, because there is, for dog control, a Dog Control Act 1996. So what was the overarching legislation for the keeping of animals bylaw?
The Local Government Act. So it fits within the purpose, the general purposes of the Local Government Act, and the Local Government Act also specifically has specific purposes of keeping of animals. You may make a bylaw for keeping of animals, so it mentions them specifically.
Right, so under that, well, I don't recall, but under the keeping of animals bylaw, can we issue tickets? Can we issue infringement notices, or we have to take a prosecution, as was mentioned earlier? So yes, that was great. Thank you.
Right, I believe that's all the questions. Oh, we have one more. Councillor Benson-Ho.
Just coming back to the purpose of bylaws that you refer to in paragraph 7. The prime one has always been and the most quoted one is protecting the public from nuisance. Why is it that aforementioned obstructions on footpaths in the roadway and the consequent interference with parking has been the case in Princess Street for owners of operators in those shops? Why is that not considered a nuisance to the public?
I think the scaffolding is primarily there for safety of people, to enable the potential for falling masonry onto people. So the traffic management plan has been created to come out so that if there is anything falling, it won't fall and cause injury or death.
But it's nonetheless the case that in the case of the Princess Street impending demolition, the traffic management plan has been a nuisance in that a lot of parking spaces have been unavailable, and in the case of the Arkwrights building, the scaffolding right round the outside of the building, which is not serving any structural purpose other than holding the building up, with or without permission, is certainly creating a nuisance to users of the pavement. So why can the prime provision of the LGA not apply to that sort of nuisance?
Specifically in relation to the Princess Street building, obviously a dangerous notice has been issued around that and working with the owners. But again, the primary aspect would be around the safety aspect. And certainly over the last 12 months, the owners of Princess Street specifically have been working with us around coming up with a plan. So whilst I take your point, Councillor, regarding the removal of car parks, I don't believe that there's a choice for us in ensuring that the public safety is there in the case of falling verandas or falling masonry.
Councillor O'Malley.
To follow that up, if we give permission for items in the roadway, obviously there's a reason to do so and there's a health and safety reason, but there would also, you would think, be an expectation that then that would be dealt with. So is there any capacity to understand how long permission has been granted for and how it relates to the activity that the building owner is undergoing? So we'll give ourselves as the example over here. The upgrade of the Civic Centre will require safety protection. and you would assume then you get, but if you're actively showing that you're upgrading your building, then you obviously maintain your permission. But if you just put the scaffolding up and walk away, is there a mechanism for understanding whether or not someone's done that? Well, I know there isn't. So when we get into the bylaw review, could there be a mechanism put in, like you get it for a certain period of time and then you must reapply?
It's my understanding that the traffic management plan would have dates attached to it. Certainly in terms of the Princess Street, the dangerous building notice was on initially for a 6-month period and then extended beyond that. And each time the traffic management plan, I guess, was rolled forward, given the fact that we felt as though there was progress being made and positive communications taking place. I think the challenge will be is when you look at specifically the likes of the Arkwrights building. I don't believe it's currently designated as a dangerous building, but there will be some form of traffic management plan in place for that building, but I don't have the timeframes around what that looks like.
To go back to your point, Councillor, we can look at modifying the bylaw as part of the review, with anything that is able to be put in the bylaw, but it needs to be the most appropriate mechanism for dealing with whatever the issue is we're trying to resolve.
It appears to be the end of the questions, I think, by the look of it around the room. Thank you very much for coming to speak to us today. And, all right, would anyone like to move the motion? Okay, well, I'll move it from the chair. Oh, Councillor O'Malley, move. Oh, yeah, okay, and Councillor O'Malley will second. Thank you. And the motion is that the committee notes the bylaw review update report. And I won't speak to that motion, but any other speakers? No other speakers? Okay. I am now going to put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Abstentions? Carried. All right, now we get to report number 10, demolition by neglect update, page 34. And we call back again, no point even moving, was there really? But Paul Henderson, Acting General Manager, Custom and Regulatory, and Anne Gray, Policy Analyst, Business Coordinator, and of course our in-house counsel. Thank you very much again for joining us. Are you all happy to take questions? Yes, and would you want to add anything to the report or just take it as read?
I would take it as read, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so anyone have questions? Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a question about in the attached appendices on page 50. It was talking about rating vacant sites differently, and this is perhaps not a policy question, but a rating question about when buildings are knocked down and people pay less rates and turn them into car parks. Is there an opportunity to change the rating system to disincentivise people from knocking buildings down and turning them into car parks?
I'll answer that through the chair. Councillors will be aware that as part of the 10-year plan we are reviewing the rating method, and so that review would be the opportunity to look at how various properties around the city are rated.
So my next question is around the monitoring program from 2017 to 2018. Did that just happen for a year? I guess it's a Chief Executive question, don't know. Okay, because I couldn't find any more information about it. And then I am aware that Clotho District Council put in a bylaw, and I just wonder if you have any more information on how that's working. I've seen one example of them using it, but are there other examples of them using it?
Yep, we are aware of the bylaw that's in place. Again, it's everything that Eleanor's talked about previously regarding how do you enforce it, and if it's been undertaken through the Local Government Act, then there is only the fine provisions that are available.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In your paper, in paragraph 7 and 22, you make reference to the potential use of the RMA as a method of controlling bad behaviour. But it is apparent that from the communications that the Chief Executive has forwarded to us this morning, that the clause of the RMA that's referred to is actually not a runner. So in terms of paragraph 22, so as a result of that, would you consider any modification of paragraph 22 as necessary, given that the options in the RMA are non-existent?
If I might, I don't think the advice I circulated said they were non-existent, but they were very, very difficult.
Very, very difficult. It's pretty close, I would have thought.
Well,
I'm happy to have my question modified. Given that the advice is, from the legal advice is that the RMA option is very, very difficult, would you like to consider the need for any modification of paragraph 22 or 7?
What I would say, well, in-house counsel is having a read of 22 is, first there's, I think, a typo in 22, so I would like to modify it. It should say 1991, not 1981, is the year of the Act. So, yes, Councillor, thank you. We would like to modify that. But in this report, we mention, you'll see earlier, that the Natural and Built Environment Act, which we understand will be reported back very soon, and which will replace the RMA. We have, as a council, petitioned the government to put in the necessary clauses in that act to enable us to do what this council wants to. And so, rather than relying on the RMA 1991, some hope that maybe the new legislation will have the necessary powers.
Thank you. If I might, I appreciate that, and I think the submissions we've made are entirely appropriate, and let's hope that they're listened to. But what I'm arguing is that the Act that's touted as a reason for not meeting the requirements of the LGA doesn't in fact provide that reason. So 22 is completely fallacious. And that leads me back to, well...
What's your question, Councillor?
Is that not a fact?
No, just because something's difficult doesn't make it impossible. So it is still more likely under that provision, or the Building Act, for example, than the broad powers under the LGA. I'm hoping that legal counsel is nodding with me. Yes, she is.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, and I'll try and... apologies for my premature questions earlier, and ironic that point 22 is the catch-22. So I think the CEO preempted my first question, which is, and of course it's in the body here, around the Natural Built Environment Act, and it goes back to item 9. Is that not indeed an opportunity in that act to address some of the issues that we're obviously questioning here today?
Yes.
And
sorry. If obviously it's adopted, I mean, at this point we've only put in the submission.
And I'll reword my my question from earlier. Is are we in that sort of, is it a balancing act at the moment under the current legislation, trying to balance that cost of enforcement against the outcomes that may accrue from just providing better incentives? I mean, that's obviously a difficult question, but that's the area in the moment we try to supply incentives for building owners not to let the buildings fall down through neglect. And where's that balance between the cost of prosecution?
I think there's the questions around the stick mentality is really limited for us, whereas I guess the carrot is the scale of which ultimately council wants to provide. And then obviously the prosecution element is everything that Ms. Punt's talked about previously.
Okay, thank you. We now have questions from Councillor Gilbert, Barker and Gary. So Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. On page 5 of the attachment, there's a sentence which says, if the council carries out the work under the authority of the court order, the owner of the building is liable for the costs of the work. And then at the bottom of page 6, under disadvantages of that suggested course of action, such a proactive approach would be a labour and time intensive and require a substantial council investment, likely from rates rather than cost recoveries. So my question, if I engage a builder to do some work at home, I don't just pay them for the time they spend, and I apologise for the generalised comments here, but for swinging the hammers and doing the actual proper job, I also pay them for the work that's involved in design and construction and ordering the items, etc. So, if the council is doing work under a court order, why would it not be assumed then that all the costs that are incurred would not be getting paid back? There was a lot of negatives there, but hopefully it made sense.
Because of course it will involve the legal fees of going to court. The council would have to apply to court for permission to undertake works on a private individual's land, and then of course the private landowner can always oppose that application, and we can end up in years of litigation before we eventually get permission the council gets permission to undertake those works. And it's only once we've got the court order we could then go into court, and then the court order would provide that the cost of the works only were recoverable against the landowner, not all those administrative costs that led up to it.
And also assumes that the landowner can pay for it, if they could.
Which then also leads me to my second question, which is, let's continue down this road. We've gone to court, we've got everything is going to get paid for, lovely jubbly. We do the work, and as you say, the landowner doesn't pay for it. Again, if I get too many speeding tickets and I don't pay for my fines, eventually the car is going to go bye-bye. Sure, are there any, you understand what I'm saying? Cool.
Yes, we can put a statutory land charge across the title so it becomes registered against the title of the property, and we stand behind other creditors like mortgagees. So at sale, which could be some years and years down the track, we'd be entitled to recover those costs at that point.
But that's the limit of it. There's no kind of the ability to enforce you owe us this much money, you need to sell. No. Okay.
And just to be clear, you would become behind all of the registered.
Yes, that's correct. We'd fall at the very end of all those others that were registered on there first. So banks, other statutory authorities that could be ahead of us. Yes, even MSD.
Thank you. Councillor Barker, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. Two questions. Guess I'll ask the easier one perhaps first. I just want to know, and perhaps this is for the Chief Executive, the Heritage Action Plan. I just wonder, what's the process for the plan going to be? Because it's due at the end of 2023, and we've obviously got a number of issues that we want to put into it as council. Do you know that, or should we internally ask?
No, we're just mapping out what the process will be to get from there to, from now to then. We know this is an issue, so there will be initial workshops to scope it out. We'll look at then what's the proper oversight to develop the plan, and then how we bring it back in time to inform the 10-year plan, whether that is in time for the budget meetings in January, depending on where it's going, or for the deliberations in May, just depending.
So would we get a report telling us how the Heritage Action Plan is going to be work to get made into a plan?
May not require a formal report, but we're just working through that. It may just be that we brief councillors on what's being proposed. It depends what kind of oversight group we decide is necessary. If that needs constituting by a committee, then that will come to a committee.
My next question is around heritage orders, and I look in the 2007 Heritage Plan, and it talks about the use of heritage orders, and I just wanted to kind of understand the difference between the heritage orders and the bylaw. This might be a bit technical for understanding which might be the most effective, because it doesn't mention a bylaw, and obviously this is really a very old plan. Can you explain the difference between putting a heritage order? It says making use of heritage orders to protect heritage items of special interest where they are considered to be at extreme risk. So is this an option for council to use?
Yes, that would be. There's also the potential to make a conservation order under the Reserves Act as well. However, the conservation order requires the agreement with the landowner and to enter into those. So there are other mechanisms to ensure the same end, but they're not bylaws.
Yeah, we're just looking at the legal options, I guess, and because you're here as a legal person, I thought it was just kind of useful to see what tools the council had in its toolbox to be able to do this. So would it be possible for council to, I shouldn't use the term, slap on a heritage order on some of those areas that we're concerned about?
That's always a potential, but of course there are all those other costs involved as well, and it would only be for a particular type of building of heritage value. So if the building was not one that was deemed to be of heritage value in the sense of the Act, then if it was, say, a building in the centre of town, then that might not fit the criteria.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you. I'm looking at page 6, the first paragraph, the centre of the first paragraph, which is a reference to the Anderson-Lloyd opinion about the definition of insanitary buildings. Are you relaxed and in general agreement with that definition? And the advice?
Are you referring to which paragraph? Sorry, councillor. Oh, okay.
Microphone. Turn your microphone off, on, please.
Oh, sorry. Page 6 of the appendix, page 45 of the paper. Yep. Apologies.
The Building Act itself provides for the definition of dangerous, affected and insanitary. So they're statutorily described, and so it's section 123 of the Building Act sets out the definition of insanitary, and that's the one that we would be using, which I see Anderson Lloyd has set out there.
So my question was, you're in agreement with that definition that Anderson Lloyd have provided?
Yes, because that's the one that's provided for in the legislation.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
Am I correct in sort of concluding that unless there's an overarching act that can support the bylaw will effectively have no teeth? And we can see in our papers that we've approached us, or LGNZ have in the past approached the government over these and achieved no legislative outcomes. In the absence of that, can we take a risk and try to achieve the definition of a word through case law or anything like that to go in the other direction? So if a building is about to fall over, it probably isn't habitable. So can you just start pushing in that direction?
Well, if the building is about to fall over, it's probably dangerous within the definition of the Building Act, and therefore would have mechanisms under the Building Act to issue a dangerous building notice, which is what Mr Henderson and his team have done in Princess Street. So we have those mechanisms available to us already.
But of course, obviously, by that stage, the building's gone too far to be rehabilitated, so therefore it's been lost, and therefore the property owner has achieved their outcome. So are we really at the point then, if we really take this seriously, we've actually got to get the government to change legislation?
Yes, that's correct. And I'd just like to draw the Council's attention, of course, to section 152 of the Local Government Act, which my friends have referred to in their paper, which provides that a bylaw can't be made that has criteria that's additional to or in excess of that in the Building Act or the Building Code. That again is reiterated in the Health Act to remind us all that we can't bring back those old bylaws that my friend Mr McLeod may recall. We just have to deal with what the government has, the powers that the government has given us in the Building Act, and so we can't make any other bylaw to deal with defalcations of the Act.
Thank you, Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. This kind of continues on from there in terms of, let's go down the path that the building has reached a point where it can't be used. and it kind of harks back to my hippogriff question before, that is there a facility, toothless though it may be, to have a bylaw which states that if it is falling down, we still have to maintain the historic facade as countless cities around the world do?
If you could make a bylaw that reached the threshold, the general thresholds provided in the Local Government Act. However, as I've just said, you can't make a bylaw that's contrary to the Building Act. So you can't make a bylaw that requires things that aren't required. If it relates to a building or building work, then it's provided for in the Building Act and the Building Code. You can't make a bylaw that provides for other types of building work because the government's already set the Building Code and the Building Act for that purpose.
What about in reference to cityscape or city planning laws, etc.? Is there anything that way that we can go around making sure that the character of the city is maintained?
We've done the best we can. The plan has a whole range of provisions, and I don't have Dr. Johnson here around heritage precincts. So we've done what we can in the current plan, within the current framework. But again, our district plan, I think, is subordinate legislation to as in-house council mentioned before, acts come first. And so we've made our plan as best we can with that.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you. Approaching this in a different way, because we've heard a lot about all the things we can't do effectively and the difficulty with those for various legal reasons. I'm interested to know if you were to count on one hand how many unmotivated, I think they've described as unmotivated building owners, and I'm talking commercial at this point, right? Because let me just set the scene first for my question. We know we have quite a different scenario now than we might have had 20 years ago, even 10 years ago, and that we have a lot of building owners who do access the Heritage Fund. We have building owners who are very engaged with this process. We have developers who are on board and sympathetic to this unique point of difference of our city, the heritage aspect. So how many people are we talking about when we think of commercial building owners who are unmotivated to do anything? And just setting aside finances, because that's another matter in terms of the Heritage Fund, unmotivated building owners, or perhaps we could describe it a different way, motivated not to do anything. Take you back. Are we talking less than 6? Are we talking less than 20? How many people are we talking about here?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Councillor, I don't have that information. I know certainly the Heritage team do have regular relationship meetings with local developers, but I don't have the number. We can check for you if they do have that figure.
Would you sense it was a very small number, given the level of engagement many, that our people have with that sector?
Yep, intuitively it would be a low number.
So then do we have any understanding of why they are unmotivated? Putting aside money, because that's a whole thing on its own.
Again, Councillor, I don't have that information, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Lucas.
Thank you. I'm interested, do we know what other councils throughout New Zealand do to preserve their heritage buildings? I mean, Deputy Mayor Barker referred to Clutha District Council with their bylaw, but do other councils have, picking up on Councillor Gary's comment about motivating property owners, do we have any indication what other councils do to not end up with this building owners of neglect?
Just generally, I guess they probably struggle. So the sections on paragraph 16 to paragraph 21, or 16 and 17, there's been kind of a national move, I suppose, via LG&Z to advocate for the same sorts of things that we've been talking about. So,
and if I can just talk to the Clutha situation. They have a general bylaw. I got in touch with the chief executive down there when we were preparing the paper because we were aware of what they have. And so it's just part of their broad regulatory bylaw, and it relies on whatever provisions there are within the dangerous and insanitary building provisions of the Building Act. So it's not specifically for heritage building, they're just trying, but their enforcement actions would require going to court.
Mayor Reddick.
Is it fair to say that at this time our best chance for being able to do something constructive and useful in the way of safeguarding buildings will be our submission to the Select Committee on the Natural and Built Environments Bill and the Spatial Planning Bill?
Yes, and incentives as well.
We've got an ongoing program of incentives within the city. So, do you think that needs more expansion, and how might that be other than more further funding from rates? Do you have any other inputs to that?
I'm looking at the chief executive here.
Mr. Mayor, when you say more funding, what?
From other sources, other than, so it's rates funded. The incentives that we have at the moment are funded from rates. So do you have any ideas about where other sources of funding for our heritage in Dunedin might come from?
Our approach to heritage reuse and how we've supported owners of buildings has been really successful, and there's many examples of that across the city. And then the Heritage Fund that we have, various incentives that are in place for people who are wanting to develop buildings, and we've already suggested, following what the Deputy Mayor raised, that as part of the rates review we'll look if there are other ways of incentivising or disincentivising certain types of activity.
Absolutely, and I think it's highly commendable what has taken place in Dunedin in terms of preservation of heritage architecture and buildings throughout the city. So, getting back to our submission on the bill, has there been any concerted or any, I suppose, council staff efforts to contact other councils around the country in terms of having collaborative support on our submission?
So it was if I may, through the chair, this was a council submission and was supported by both LGNZ and Solgum, and so I think broadly there is support for this. I've reached out to see if we can get a sense of what the changed, if there are any changes to the bill following our submission, but I haven't heard back. But if we'd been able to include that, that would have been good. But until it's unveiled, we won't know.
Thank you.
Councillor Benson-Hope.
Thank you. I just wonder if you could confirm that back in the day, the consent for the demolition of the Century Theatre was conditional on the protection of the Princes Street facade of that building?
I don't know, Councillor. I'm sorry. I'd have to do some research on that.
We're not able to provide staff confirmation.
That's fine. In light of the confirmation from around the table from geriatrics who were there at the time, the sad demolition of the facade resulted, did it not, as a result of the removal of the rest of the building, which was consented despite the requirement for the protection of the facade, so that the facade became unstable and therefore dangerous, and the city had to agree to its removal. Is that not the case, Holfeld?
Staff are not able to provide any advice on that, Councillor.
Happy to have that confirmed by the other people who remember what happened, but I'll come back to this in due course.
It's not speech time yet, Councillor.
I'll come back to this in due course.
Right, is that all the questions? Oh, we've got Councillor O'Malley, do we?
Only one more, hopefully.
Right. There's a rush on now.
We're not in the ability to, we've pretty much traverse the idea that we're not in the ability to give fines or anything like that. So how would a rating change not look like a fine if it was a change in rates?
We're not suggesting that we can do it, but we're suggesting that as part of the rating review, we'll look at what might be possible within the framework of the Rating Act.
Therefore, it'll depend on what that Act says that'll determine. Yep, cool.
I don't want to give advice on the fly.
Mayor Reddick.
Yes, anecdotally, remembering back to the day, there was a building, a Westpac building, on the corner of Frederick Street and George Street that did have the facade maintained, and the entire rear of the building was refurbished so that it maintained that facade and still looks like a classic building, but it's refurbished inside. Was that, have I got that wrong? Or
Again, I don't know have that specific information. I'm sorry.
So, similarly, but well, by contrast, that building in Princes Street, the theatre, I remember at the time, so I have a distant recollection of it at the time, the facade was supposed to be saved, and so just wondering, yeah, I do, I'm just getting to it. There, to me, it appeared, do you have any information, the front was allowed to collapse, and then consequently it was not, the building consent for a new building to go there was not granted. Was that part of a disincentive, albeit in retrospect, for...
Oh, sorry. Councillors, none of the staff here have got any information on that we can speak to, I'm sorry. So there's nothing we can add about that site.
Thank you for that. Okay. Okay, I think we'll shut that down now. Right, is that all questions finished by no one else? No other items of recollection of what happened around the city? You've got speech time to do that. If there's any other questions, that's fine, you can give them now. Otherwise, you can be as reminiscent as you like in a few minutes. Okay, right, now, thank you very much for coming and speaking to us. Thank you, much appreciated. All right, would anyone like to move the motion? I believe Councillor Benson-Pope, thank you. Can we have that motion put up on the screen for everyone to see? The motion has been changed, so it is... Are we calling it an amendment? It certainly is slightly different to the motion. It's not a, it's a new motion, yep. So just have a look at that. Yes. Right. Okay, so we've got to move it. Can we have a seconder for that motion? Thank you, Councillor Gilbert. All right, so that the seconding of this motion is that the committee notes the demolition by neglect update report. Does the mover wish to speak to the motion?
Yes, please.
Right, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think anyone would doubt that we have an issue around this matter in the city. That doesn't mean it's worse than elsewhere. I don't think it is. And it doesn't mean that we haven't done extraordinarily well in terms of our efforts to support heritage protection and preservation in the city. In terms of the historical matters that have been raised, in fact, the council, I think, led the way with this from day one with itself, with the restoration of the clock tower on the municipal chambers to the original, well, better than the original that was there. Though many of you will remember the copper cupola that was a temporary addition for a while. And at the same time, in the 80s, the city also largely funded the restoration of the building the Mayor referred to, the Crown Clothing building on the corner of Frederick Street and George Street, which, as I understand it, is not a facade preservation, it's a complete rebuild, because of the importance of that building on a really important intersection. And that's an issue that actually is part of this discussion. The loss of the Century Theatre was and remains, I guess, what the urban designers call the gap in the teeth of the streetscape, and on an equally important major intersection, as is, by the way, the Arkwrights building, sadly owned by the Fable Hotel. And in the context of our support for heritage initiatives, the Heritage Fund contributed a significant amount of money, you'll be pleased to know, to the painting and other upgrade of the facade of the Fable Hotel itself, which Carrot does not appear to have had any effect on their continued ownership of a disgraceful derelict building the other end of the block that they largely own. I think it's clear that we do have an issue. It may not be an overwhelming one, but the results of this sort of carelessness that we allow or deliberately can't stop is pretty obvious at the bottom of Burlington Street, where there used to be the Evening Star building, by the way, now a car park. The Century site, which was a beautiful facade actually, where the rules were gamed to a degree that we lost a lovely facade. A couple of others across the other side about to go the same way. Several in Rattray Street on their way, and thank goodness that work is being done to preserve the southern side of a lot of important buildings on the southern side of Princess Street. This is an issue for our city. It's an issue that our residents are entirely supportive of, because you get the phone calls and the messages and read the letters to the editor just as I do. We have made major steps. We have been leading the charge ourselves, as I said, historically, and the debate we had, which the Chief Executive or somewhere is referred to in the papers when we consulted on increasing the funding to the Heritage Fund, was widely supported by, as part of an annual plan process, was widely supported by the community. I think it's time we responded to that community demand, and I think it's time we looked at how we find solutions to the problem rather than dwelling on the difficulties of actually doing something about the bad behaviour. Because we are able to assist, we have made many offers, and I know the staff have spent lots of hours of staff time over several different staff members talking, for example, to the owners of Fable about what we can do to assist with whatever their plans might be for that site. So I want to stress that I'm not being critical of staff in any way here. I'm very supportive of the extensive initiatives and efforts they have made to try and achieve the outcomes that are desired by the large majority of people in the city. What I want to see us get to, though, is a position where they have more tools to use, or more effective tools to use, to ensure that our rules and the Building Act and the little we can do isn't gamed to develop yet more empty, very lucrative, but empty at-grade gravelled car parks throughout the city. I think we'd be doing our community and our fellow citizens a disservice if we didn't take this very seriously. And it's time, as we see some other developments, other buildings about to bite the dust because they were ignored by their owners for exactly the outcome that they have now got, that we take the rules in hand, that we make use of whatever is available to us, and the road to road, the building line to building line might be an option that was raised earlier, and whatever else we can do, whether or not the current legislative change helps us, and let's hope it does, but let's not just rely on that. Let's actually make use of any vehicle available to us, including being aggressive with the use of legislation to make sure that the streetscape of the city is not allowed to further deteriorate.
Thank you, Councillor. Mayor Raddick.
Hey, yes. So I earlier mentioned the building at the corner of Frederick and Princess Street because I am pretty sure, from my recollection, that the facade of that building on two sides, the two street frontages of that building, were propped up. And so my point being that that building, the back of that building was completely rebuilt, but the facade was retained. And so the point is that that building is a case of the retention of the historic facade and, you know, the retention of the streetscape, heritage streetscape of that particular corner, which is great and highly commendable. And by contrast, the building at Princess Street, and I'm not sure what that little street goes down, perhaps Police Street or something, or Water Street, was cynically allowed to fall over. When at about the same period of time in town, the other example of retention of facade was perfectly successful. And so I think it's a good thing that they were not allowed to build the building they wanted to build, but it would be much better if we had stronger teeth, as has been spoken about, have sharper teeth to be able to enforce retention of heritage buildings where that is appropriate. So I support this move. It doesn't look wonderfully promising using the Building Act. It might be more expensive than it's worth. However, whatever tools we can develop and whatever channels we can access using current legislation to retain heritage facades, I think I agree with the motion that we should be using those and deploying those to get the best result we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we can tell from the reports in our own heart that this is not the first time we've been here. And staff have given us good advice today, really, I think, to summarise it down into the fact that if the overarching Act does not have an ability to enforce, then the bylaw in itself then becomes toothless. Therefore, that would mean then that if that is the case, then the answer is not sitting with the council, but it's sitting with central government, because they'd have to provide an act that will give us the power and authority to work on it. I'm supportive of us going through this activity one more time, but I have a feeling that when we get to the end of it, we're going to find that there is an authority in the Building Act, and potentially probably not either in the Rating Act, to give us what we want to do. And we have to look back again in our reports. Government has been approached first in 2014 and then in 2022, and in both cases, the councils that were, and that was LGNZ, the councils were met with effectively silence from the government. Again, it doesn't really matter what parties in power we're talking about, central authority and how it behaves. So I think we have to ask ourselves another question. Once we've gone through this activity, and found out whether we can or cannot use anything in the Building Act to work on, if we find out that we cannot, then we need to make sure we don't do what we've done in the past, which is walk away from the problem. We now have to then go on to ask ourselves what will be the next step. And I suggest that the next step will be that if we cannot find anything in the Building Act, we then have to actively start saying out loud that the actual people you need to talk to are your local politicians, because they're the ones who have the answer. We can only do so much, and without the tools given to us, we cannot achieve the outcomes we need to achieve. But I support this as an action of getting to that point. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Barker.
Thank you, Chair. I support this. It will also be addressed, I believe, in the Heritage action plan as part of the whole suite, and we can see that we've had many reports over the last few years on how to deal with this issue. I looked at the heritage strategy from 2007, and really the demolition by neglect didn't appear to be the biggest issue in there, so it's not really addressed other than the use of heritage, what were they called? Heritage orders, and that's why I asked about the difference between those and the bylaws, because I want to understand what are our carrots and what are our sticks. You can see that there was a substantial work on all of those options, and it was interesting that the one that came out was the heritage buildings at risk register. So that was the one thing that came out of the 2017 committee. And then, of course, this work appears to have been maybe happened once and not happened again and again. And this is why I really want us to have that heritage action plan, is that we put everything in this plan and then we start measuring and monitoring and making sure that it's carried out. We owe it to everybody that lives in the city and loves the heritage to be able to do this. So you've seen many, many letters to the editor, as Councillor Benson Pope mentioned, and those car parks. That's why I asked about, can we put a disincentive? We can put incentives in, but also a disincentive about whether we rate those empty spaces higher, because we've had some really beautiful buildings that have gone. Maybe a facade's been promised to be kept, but unfortunately now we get to look at car parks. A great big gap-toothed smile. I think it was King Charles that was talking about modern buildings being a carbuncle on the face of a beloved friend, but our beloved friend is unfortunately becoming somewhat toothless, so we need to look at how we can improve our dental work and make sure that we still remain the heritage capital of New Zealand.
Thank you, Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. There's very much a theme going on here. As we know, Dunedin is a city of firsts. We were the first city to have a university, medical and dental school, daily newspaper, first public art gallery, and we were even the first in the country to have a city council. We were at one point the powerhouse of the South Pacific and indeed the Southern Hemisphere, and we wear that history and character in many ways. We see it in the land, in the faces and the cultures of the people who walk our streets, and in the buildings that line them. It's fair to say that Dunedin has a varied, rich and impressive history and heritage, and we're proud to be from here and to call it our home. It seems that if we wish to celebrate that heritage, however, and its history, we may need to do so quickly, as we are fast becoming New Zealand's first city to allow its history to crumble by neglect. Now, I know that as part of our submission in February, we highlighted to central government our concerns for the protection of heritage buildings. I only hope that they listen, are as concerned for our current country's heritage and as proud of calling it home as we are. I echo Councillor O'Malley's point about it fast coming a time perhaps where we need to state loudly and clearly to talk to your local members of Parliament before our toothless smile is completely gone. However, more than a little hamstrung such as we are, I believe that we cannot wait for what is likely to be, let's be honest, a glacial response at best by Wellington. There must be more that we can do locally and with immediacy in terms of protecting at the very least our historic facades. Many cities around the world have done just that. We're not asking to reinvent the wheel. The option of a register that has been raised in the report is, I feel, likely to be vastly ineffectual. I suspect that those who would be affected by such a register are those who take their responsibilities as guardians of the property seriously, looking after their buildings, and those who don't look after their buildings are hardly likely to be swayed by a register, and that is to say nothing of the absentee owners. This is the second time this year that we are discussing and considering the protection of our heritage buildings, but this is not a new agenda item. Quite the contrary. Crumbling heritage has been something this council has identified as an area of concern since at least 2014. I can only hope that the increased attention it is receiving is indicative of the speed with which we will continue to act. I also hope that consents for demolition are considered very, very heavily before allowing yet more of our smile to be torn down. I'd like to thank Councillor Benson Pope for moving this, and I'm very happy to be its seconder.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you. When I spoke at Concierge's AGM at the Fable Hotel probably about 18 months ago, several of those concierge from other parts of New Zealand commented to me on the heritage point of difference for our city. It was the thing that stood out for them, and it was ironic that there we were in the Fable Hotel, which incidentally has upgraded the building to the side, but the building at the back remains an issue. The heritage buildings in our city are definitely a unique point of difference, and I pass the gap where the Century Theatre was every single day on my way to and from work. And much as I love the mural that's there, it's one of my favourites, I don't recall what the building looked like before, but it pains me that it remains empty. It's a car park and nothing has been done, and it's particularly prominent because it's on a corner. I want to acknowledge the many building owners in this city who are responsible, who have taken our heritage very seriously, and who are doing amazing things to restore and repurpose buildings, and that goes for many of our developers as well. And I believe there's been a real sea change in that regard over the past few years. Certainly when we see what has been achieved in the warehouse precinct and the activity with the Heritage Fund, we can see that there has certainly been positive progress. We obviously don't have the legal tools to address this issue of demolition by neglect, and I don't think anything that we explore at this point is going to change that anytime soon. I think we've done plenty of exploration into the possibilities, and we see the gaps that are there. And yes, there is a role for central government here. I do think it probably affects us and other places like Napier perhaps, and places like that, but it won't be every city or town that has this issue. What I do want to understand, because I believe this is probably a handful of building owners, and perhaps some of them own multiple buildings, I think what we need to do is understand why these people are unmotivated, putting aside the financial pressures that are currently about, and whether or not we increase the Heritage Fund. I want to try and understand what it is that leads to people being so unmotivated not to maintain their buildings. Now, I've got plenty of theories, as I'm sure many have around this table, and that thought that maybe there's a motivation not to do anything is part of it. But I would like to understand that, and I think that would help us, particularly if we're only dealing with a handful of people. We're spending an awful lot of time and energy on just a small number of people. But I do take the point that this council at this time, and I know the staff as well, are resolute about trying to address this issue, and I want to acknowledge the work that staff have done over the years, and particularly in recent years, in engaging with building owners and the effect that has had on the restoration of our heritage buildings. So I look forward to next steps, but I'm not holding out that anything along the legal lines and the stick is going to eventuate. How much carrot we can have for people is a matter of a possibility, but I think there's got to be an understanding of what the problem is, and I don't believe I have that understanding right at the moment. Thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to thank the mover and seconder, particularly the mover actually, for tenaciously not letting this issue go over the many years, and also just to thank staff who, and I think, and all of us here actually, I think all of us believe in the heritage that is our city. And on reading these papers, I don't know about anybody else, I got really frustrated reading them actually. There was lots of mention of RMA, LGA, Natural Built Environment Act, LGNZ, blah, blah, blah. And I've got lots of notes here, and at the end I just wrote, oh good, but it ain't working. And that's how I felt when I read this. So, you know, there's that seeking for solution that I couldn't really find. It is right, the absence of the overarching of an overarching act to support a bylaw is at the crux of this. And I mentioned Catch-22 a couple of times earlier, and I think this is where it lies. It's the fact that actually within the Building Act, when a building becomes dangerous, then we can act. And I think it was Councillor O'Malley earlier who mentioned quite rightly, then it's all too late. And the title of this paper is Demolition by Neglect. And the winners are the people who neglect, unfortunately. And it is, I mean, the LGA is clear, and I think I've got it right, S152, forgive me if I'm wrong. I mean, it's very clear on what we can and can't do. And I also want to be, I mean, I think we have to be a wee bit careful, and a few of you have mentioned and recognised the fact that we've actually done pretty well. I've only been here 21 years, but what I've seen in my time has been quite amazing. You don't have to go further than the warehouse area in Vogel Street to see some of the fantastic work that I think any city anywhere in the world would be proud of. And I don't know who it was. I think it was Councillor Gowrie who asked about how many people are involved. And my sense is it ain't too many, actually. It's sort of the usual case of a few people giving a majority a bad name. And absolutely, this is no critique of staff. I feel really sorry for them, actually. And I think what we're trying to do here today, and it might emanate from the Natural and Built Environment Act, is to give our staff just a suite of tools that gives them the ability to push forward what I think everyone around this table desires, and that's the preservation of something really special. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor van der Vis.
As I see it, the reason Dunedin has lost a lot of its heritage buildings and facades that could easily have been kept is because they're simply just not widely valued. If you look at overseas cities that have, for instance, very strong tourism businesses and incomes, they invariably have heritage precincts, and these precincts are completely bound up in maintenance legislation. You're not allowed to alter the colour of a letterbox in a lot of European cities, for instance, without getting permission to do it first. Now, I'm not that keen on lots of legislation generally, and I think that we have to recognise that we have lost the possibility that still exists in a lot of other European cities, for instance, where the whole city or the whole central city is still pretty much original. We've lost that opportunity, but we do have the opportunity, I think, as a city council, to identify specific precincts, and the Vogel Street precinct's already been mentioned. I think that if we were to identify specific precincts, specific areas even of a street that, take for instance, the idea could be used as a backdrop for filming, and I'm thinking of some of the movies that have been made recently in Dunedin where one end of Vogel Street was used to very good effect. If we were to identify in our City Council planning heritage precincts that should be maintained and basically put a red line on them, we may not have the legal teeth to be able to do anything about it yet, but I think that's coming. I think there's plenty of precedent for it overseas. I think that Dunedin needs to do this because we were the first really developed city in New Zealand and have the most to lose still in that regard. So happy to support the motion, but hope that staff may also consider adding a provision whereby, in anticipation of being able to keep the visual amenity of facades at least, that we redline certain areas of the city if that's something that we can legally do. Just identify them as heritage precincts. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that's all the speakers. I'll just say a little bit about that before I offer the right of reply to the mover. I actually agree with quite a few things there that Councillor van der Vis raised, and I think, excuse me, I've got a frog in my throat, that our city has some of the most beautiful heritage buildings I've ever seen, and I think they give our city so much culture and make it visually appealing and are an attraction when you come to the city. So, and I don't think we should lose that. I think we should hold on to that and value them and help people to maintain them. However, I will word a few words of caution around any laws or legislations or sticks to bang people with, that we are very careful not to have too much red tape, because I have heard stories from developers that want to create warm homes and, you know, cost-effective homes that are providing accommodation and, you know, needed housing in our city, and they're restricted by cost and by legislation and lots of other reasons for developing that, when they've got a property that does have some sort of heritage value, or it's got a bit too run down, all of those things. So I just think we've got to be wary not to make too much red tape, so we don't risk putting people off doing development in the city as well. Right, I'd like to pass over to Councillor Benson-Pope for his right of reply.
Thank you, and thank you, colleagues, for what's clearly an overwhelming, probably unanimous feeling of support for this. I'd just like to respond briefly to a couple of comments. Councillor O'Malley, I'm not talking about going through the same exercise one more time. I'm talking about encouraging staff and helping to increase the quiver, the tools they have in their quiver, so that we use every vehicle we have. And I think there are other options that have been canvassed today, as well as the issue around the interpretation of the Building Act and applying it more aggressively, proactively, rather than ending up where we are right now. For me, the advice from Anderson Lloyd is the key to how we can make progress. That's in the report, and I'm looking forward to seeing that more extensively used. I think I also want to echo the thanks that Councillor Geary mentioned to the people who are playing the game more than, and a key group, quite a small group actually, of major players who've been involved with a very large number of the restorations around the place, and I won't name any of them. We all know, and they know who they are, and they continue their involvement with other buildings being done up by them, either in their personal or their professional roles, and I think that's good. I wouldn't want to weep too much about loss, because we haven't lost as much as some of the speakers here would be telling people around the rest of the country. We are still an absolute treasure of a city, and we're lucky that we missed out on earlier development booms that happened in other towns to our gain and their loss. But let's not be too casual about this, because our extensive efforts of support through the Heritage Fund and help with advice and so on are not enough. We need to make sure that the streetscapes and the precincts we do have are maintained and enhanced. A lot of that work has happened as part of the 2GP. People be aware of residential owners objecting to the fact that their street is a character contributing street, or a building is a character contributing building, all new. And I welcome the suggestions that we need to extend that further precinct concept, because it is successful, but it's already in place. And I'm looking forward to where we get to as a result of this, because I think, like most of you, I want to see staff coming up with how we solve the problem, rather than confronting us with the difficulties they face, that we need to help them get through. But there are solutions there, and we need to use every little one we can find, as well as the ones that may be on the horizon if and when the Select Committee listens to the submissions that we've made about what we'd like to see happen.
Thank you. That's the end of the debate. I'm now going to put the motion. All those
By
in favour?
division, please.
Sorry?
By division, please.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll go by division. Thank you.
Councillor Ackland.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Aye.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert,
Aye.
Councillor Fiso, Councillor Lucas,
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem,
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley,
Aye.
Mayor Raddick,
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis,
Yes.
Councillor Walker, Councillor Weatherall, Councillor Wiley,
Yes.
Councillor Houlihan. Carried 15-0.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much, everyone. Are there last items for consideration? Has anyone got anything for the chair? No, that's great. Just before we finish, I just want to acknowledge the passing of the General Manager of Customer and Regulatory's husband, who passed away, and just spare a thought for her and her family. So take care, we're thinking of her. And I'll just finish very quickly with a karakia. Unuhua, te po, kia watia, I kua watia. Remove, uplift the posts in order to be free. Yes, it has been cleared. I declare the meeting closed. Thank you.